This place will have to do. I had a good look around. There's nothing even comes close to this kind of flatness. So we'll have to make do with this. Now, I've been working on the skills. This is a temporary kind of work camp I have. I'll probably have to clear the forest all the way back to the next village, but we start from here and kind of center out. We'll be probably getting all this area here, I would say. I decided it's time to go with the larger houses. So 4 are ready, and 4 of these fields. I'll do the other work on it later. I always leave a piece out here because I need this marker. Always need a marker. So this is how I like to do it, in line with the fields, or else it just looks horrible. Now there is some room here. Well, this is in here for a roadway. So I'll probably get one of those in a little later. But that's much further down the line. Now, what we need to do is complete some quests for neighbours. So I want to get those 2 out of the way. Then do that flirting thing. And, I don't know, maybe if we have time for his quest. Yeah. But, I wasted a good bit of this season. So I want to click back into, well, it won't make a difference really, will it? You know, anytime after 3 days we can fast forward to the next season. We'll try and, you know, go pretty normal with the seasons if we can. Right, I picked up that on my travels. So, let's see. We need a message board, I think. Yeah, notice board. We need a notice board. Okay, there's none in the smaller ones I see. Not much in these at all. There's a quest alright, but... Oh no, it's a notice board. That's a good bit over, isn't it? Here, let me see. What have we got here? Oh, hi Phoenix. How are you? Yeah, there's a notice board there as well. You see the new quest and a notice board? They actually look the same. That's definitely a quest. That guy's in a house. Here, let's have a look at this one again. Same symbol. Kinda silly. Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, same symbol for that. Now, let me see. This is the next one. It's hard to know if it's a quest or a notice board. Yeah, that's a quest as well. I think there's only one notice board in this, and that's probably in these guys. Okay, we have a long run then. We're going to... Quest target. Oh, there's got to be a message board somewhere, huh? That's good to hear. So what have you been up to the weekend? Nothing much from me. Usual, really. Not as much to do as... here, let me have a quick look down here. Yeah, we just zoom in and see what's down here. Okay. Couple of quests there. I don't know, maybe we'll try their quests. Although, you know, with the notice boards, we might already have something already in play. Okay, Gastovia it is. We'll go straight to the big guy. That's the only way to see our way around here. Right, let's go. Oh, if we're going to get something, we'll collect it on the way back. We don't really have room. I suppose... I could grab a few things. That's the problem with this, it takes too much time. Yeah, anything easy we'll just grab like that. No, we don't have time for that. What the? What's the food and water like? That's okay. Oh, we don't run into a wolf, we'll be okay. No, it's not too bad here. Tiny bit on the cold side. It was raining, yeah? Oh, this is not too bad getting them this way, I suppose. It's a little quicker. I maxed out survival almost immediately because of all the collecting. There's a fox. Yeah, we'll never run him down, will we? Nah. They're way too quick. No, we'll have to get a blacksmith up and running, I'd say, for that one. Okay, where's this? Surely we're not here already, are we? No, what's this place here? Okay. As good a place as I need to check for a message board, I suppose. A lot of towns here, there's like 10. I wasn't expecting that. Okay. We better start getting these quests done. The problem is we want to be careful what we're taking as well. Okay, any message board here? Anywhere? Well, I don't see a message board. He's got a quest, alright, but... No, there's a few vendors. No, I would say it's that Gostovia place, you know that? I think we're better off heading for that. If we can get that message board thing, it's not too bad. I've got a good bit of stuff stored, so... it might get a work to our benefit. No, we can afford that guy. Okay, we'll go to Gostovia. Yeah, it was pretty sunny here this evening. And then once it got to about 10, it started to chill a little bit. Yeah, we have no time for that now. I've got a ton of it that I'm going to leave out at the end of the season, but I'll need a barn up if I am to make compost with it. But I got this tracker's vision up and running, so that's definitely half the battle. What's this? Ore. Oh yeah, we'll take that. Yeah, why not? Cudgel. Yeah, we can sell that. We can sell that. Well, nothing much else. Right, let's keep going. Of course, if we meet bandits, we're pretty much dead. I've been mostly just messing about building. Where is this place anyway? This way. It's not a bad place either here. But it's still rolling upwards. Even the tiniest roll makes a big difference. It's because of the stairs they put in, and you can't really sink that house down. Let's see if we can get through this without dying. Here's a rabbit. Yeah. Yeah. I thought I saw a wabbit. Oh, sugar. Yeah, at least we've got enough to make one. I'm using really rubbish tools in this because, you know, it's very, very early in the game. Kind of looking forward to getting these achievements out. I picked up Mirage as well. I don't know, it seems to be okay. It's more like their older ones. It's getting hard to pick up a decent game on Xbox. And I did manage to pick up the digital version and the digital DLCs for Fallout 3. And the DLCs went on sale, and that's very, very rare. That's where they really catch you, the DLCs. But without the sale, it was like 50 or 60 euros. It's ridiculous for Fallout 3. You know, you get a new release for that. And I bought the game about 5 times. Well, no, I bought the game 3 times. And I have, what? I have a digital version as well. And even though that's perfect, and my Xbox is perfect, I can't seem to play it. If you call up the help desk in Microsoft, they'll tell you sell it and buy a digital one. I wonder who they're helping. It's not their customers. Oh, what's this? Ah, no, we've been here already. We've been here. Yeah. Okay, let's get here. You're really supposed to play this for a 3-day season, but it'd be impossible to get organised. We'll wait till we have a little bit done, and then we'll get to the 3 days. Kind of better if they force that on you, to be honest. Oh, is that what I think it is? It is. We need a ton of that clay. Let's see where it is. Now, the slate is usually wolves, so we better be careful. Exactly where is this? I'm not really familiar with this map. We are there. Okay, just outside Gostovia. First of all, we'll need a shovel. I should have bring that shovel, shouldn't I? Now, let's make that really horrible shovel. Oh, it needs 2 logs. I see. 2 logs for one of those. Okay, might need another one of these then. They grow back in about 2 years if you don't take the stump, which I never do unless I'm clearing stuff on a settlement. Now, we've got 3 shovels. That should be enough to get this out. It's going to be ages before we get any settlers in to be doing this kind of junk. How do we do this again? Inventory tools, wooden shovel. We put you there. There we go. Six clay. Okay, what's our carry weight? What is our carry weight? Ah, sugar. 53 of 56. Oh, that can't be right. Oh, I'll have to live with it. We're almost full up. We haven't carried anything. I suppose I am carrying that junk. But it's really not that much, to be honest. That is some really horrible carry weight. And I picked out 2 of the perks as well. Let me see, do we get a piece each time? No, not really. Yeah, carrying too much. Okay, that will have to do. Oh, we kind of know where it is. Right, let's go. That's a pity there's a lot of it here. Be what I wanted to do, run in a minute, just come here with almost 0. Except something to defend ourselves. Let's see. We need to get the rest of these. Oh, I see. We've got a ton of sticks. That seems to be our problem. Let's remedy that problem. We might be able to get some more of that clay. Yeah, there's a lot of this in this game. A lot of crafting. Now, that should cut down the weight a bit as well. Ah, yeah. I suppose I could put fast crafting on this, but it kind of kills the game. Yeah, I might do it a little later. Although I did pay my dues on the other map, didn't I? Yeah, okay, I think we'll put fast crafting on. It's just a matter of saving time a little bit. Okay, what have we got? Okay. Where's that fast crafting? There. Now, basically, no matter how many we have, you know, 10, 15, 20, doesn't matter. It takes the same time as it takes to do one. Yeah, we kind of did our time on the other map, I suppose. Right, okay. Let's see. Okay. 8 stone, 7 stone, 1 wood. And I can get rid of all that junk. 1. Yeah, I might as well get rid of it now. 2. 3. Oh, sugar. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right. Now you see 4 of these. I'm going to do exactly the same time as the one. Yeah, you could do it the other way. We'll be here forever. It's just a matter of waiting, really. Now, let's see. Okay, we've got rid of that junk anyway. Right. We're looking for a message board, or else we'll just, I don't even know if there is any in this game. Let me see.
Nothing like the smell of wood and
We'll have to do something with those NPCs later. Message board. Oh, there's got to be one. Okay, maybe there's not in this game. Surely there's a message board. Oh, apparently not. Oh, he's on a quest. First of all, we'll dump this. You see, the problem with this, here's the map. So, yeah, oh, the notice board is in yellow. I see, the other one is in white. That I didn't see. 1 minute, let me zoom in here. No, there's none here. There's none anywhere, actually. Huh. Okay. I'll see about this stupid flirting thing we have to do. Where is it? Let's see if we can get away with it. You see that one on the bottom? Successful flirting. We'll do a save. Yeah, this guy has no diplomacy. Let's get rid of this junk. And then we'll do that.
actually, I might need a note. Hello there.
Right, what's she got? She's got 900, and I have... Well, I want that layer here. I have a cudgel. Yeah, take the fur as well, I suppose. The rest we kind of need. I brought the bag. Oh! I didn't know I actually had those with me. That's what was taking up all of the weight. 40 baskets. Yeah, well, I'll sell the wooden shovels here. We can always make some if we go short. That's it, I suppose that's all we can do, isn't it? Pretty much. This is some stuff that I will eventually have to buy. This is the new stuff from the DLC, Echoes of Nature. Where is it again? Yeah, there it is. Majestic tree ceiling. My god, it's pricey. It's for shrubbery. Hedge seed. All of those, actually. Yeah. In the crafting menu. Right.
See you around.
Now, you see this lady here. She's 29. What am I, 18? I don't think that's gonna work. Oh, there she is, 23, 28. I think that they allowed 10 years something. Let's save this. Well, we're not getting into a marriage anyway, so it doesn't matter. No, we just need to romance this girl. Okay. Right, how do we do this again?
How do you do?
Oh
See you soon.
God, I have to take a bath. Okay. There. Nice and clean. Okay, we'll go back and we'll dry again. I just want to get that successful Trojan thing out of the way. Then we can move on to the quests. Now, okay, let's give it a shot again.
How are you?
Ah, yeah, we don't really have anything, do we? Oh, we got 5. Okay. That's enough. I think we got that. That's all I wanted.
Have a good day.
Alright, that's done. Right.
Good for you. New
That was
setup.
easier than I thought.
New opportunities.
Complete some quests for neighbours. Okay. Right. We'll get these little side quests here. Where's this guy?
Looks like rain.
Yeah, this guy up here, isn't it? Or this one? Yeah, it might be something got to do with this. Okay.
I believe we haven't.
Okay. Well, we know what he has anyway. Let's see. Not really, no. Are you sure? You seem very upset. I get into an argument with my wife and now she doesn't. You won't talk to me. Maybe I could talk to her and convince her to forgive you. Do that for a stranger. Thank you so much. I'll be right back. This family dispute. Probably silly. Now, let's go into journal. We'll pick out that one. Family dispute. Okay. Where is this lady? Aha. Oh, I've been sent by the guy. What for? I've heard that, what's this? I've heard that you are the only one that supplies rye to the tavern, is that right? So? Oh. I'm sorry. This is not a good moment. Forgive me, I didn't mean to be rude, I was just dealing with some personal issue. Okay. I don't want to intrude, just want to ask the ride situation. Unfortunately, we won't be able to provide a ride this time. crops are all diseased and pretty much unusable. We'll have to go buy it. I haven't got any rye. No, I didn't have enough problems. But don't worry. I've ordered delivery of rye from that place and it should be here. Should have been here yesterday, but I don't know what happened. He's usually very prompt. Maybe you could see him and check. Okay, we'll go with it. We'll need a separate save for this. Exactly where is this guy? Oh, hang on. I still got to talk to her. This is one quest, she had another quest, this is all mixed up. A fruit pie. Okay, we got the family dispute thing over. See, I didn't really want to pick up that quest in case we can't finish it, but we'll see. Okay, that one is still on the table. Story quests. 2 of them. Here. She said something about rye, whatever it was. Okay, where's that other guy? Here, this is another big problem, trying to find these guys. Down here, apparently. There he is. Drowning his sorrows, is he? I couldn't convince your wife. I couldn't convince your wife to come back. She said that you'd become lazy. Something about fruit pie, blah 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 blah. Wait, you mentioned fruit pie. That's it. I'm sure if I've heard of you, then I'll give it another chance. Okay. I hate to ask you for help, but I need some ingredients to make the meal. Could you get them for me? I already have some. Okay. What do we need? Okay, berries are easy. I think there's some right down here. Delivered to that guy. Okay, 6 berries. Where did I see those berries? Well, I took the ones from here, of course. Berries, berries, berries. Sugar. Here we go. We're lucky it's summer as well. There, that should be it. Well, apparently he was lazy. Really sure that lady gave us a quest for that ride thing, then maybe not. I'll check it now in a moment when we get this guy out of the way. There we go, thank you so much, blah blah blah. What's that? Oh, wait for the next day. That's the problem. You see what I mean? That is a massive problem. Right, this is chapter 1. Okay, we gotta get that out of the way for chapter 1. There's the story quest, there's a side quest, family dispute. Yeah. Yeah, she didn't give us a quest, but it seemed that way, didn't it? No challenges. We're not in the mood for that anyway. Let me see, what time is it? Let's see if we can build a fire here and wait till morning. Probably, yeah. What do we need to make this junk anyway? Okay, we need 16 of those, and we need to be a little bit away from town. And we'll go down there and we'll grab some wood. wait till morning. We're eventually going to need a ton of stuff to get that settlement done, but once we get some NPCs in, we should be good. We've got a lot of work to do on this character as well. Right, it is dark. Oh, we go with something simple. We're not too bad now, it's summer. There. He did say wait till next day, didn't he? See, this is why I think the 3-day thing, you know, you wouldn't get much done if you're trying to do a settlement, get some junk, fix your character, and do the quest. I think 3 days is not enough. There we go. Now, just be prepared. Right. We might as well. Until we get... Well, it's going to be a long time before we get production up to 100, I can tell you. What have we got here? Okay, we need 5 more stone. I'll get rid of that and then we're history. There. Oh, I should trim us down a little bit. Yeah, I had 40 baskets a moment ago, I didn't realise it. Okay, what's our weight? That's more like it. That's where the weight was coming in the stupid baskets. We got our orange stuff. Oh, food and water. Okay. Oh, I did bring some food. There. It's looking good. Now, let's see what this guy needs. This is where we could do with that other save. Hi Terry, and how have you been? Yeah, we're doing the story mode on this. This is the one I kind of skipped last time. But you can't really finish the game without doing this, achievement wise. Now, what's this guy got in store for me? The valley map it is. There, we should be good. Ah, he still got that toothache. Horrible. Terrible to endure that for so long. Yeah, let me get something to drink. But after I got my tooth removed, I don't know, I think they did some nerve damage. It still feels like it's aching me from time to time. well, they would put more people would put a bit more stress on the system. But I remember briefly looking into the situation there, and it's kind of happening here. It's a combination of a lot of things. That was the final straw, all right, but for a long time in the UK, since the 90s, and here for the past 20 years, they've not been, let's say, they've not been really raising the wages for, you know, medical staff and that. And what's happening is, you know, they're all immigrating to other countries. They're getting more pay, and there's a lot less, you know, dentists and stuff like that, especially ones that would work from, you know, the NHS card or the one we have here. And of course, you know, they've underfunded infrastructure for the longest time. That'd be the main problems. But yeah, having, like, the system was stressed beyond belief, but now having a ton more people, you know, needing care has really kind of hammered the nail in. Yeah. But I can't understand the situation there. Like, as part of the EU, you know, you would have to accept travellers from any EU country. But now that, you know, the UK is no longer part of the EU, you know, they don't have to follow those rules, do they? So you gotta wonder what's going on. Good now. Oh my. It's not that bad here yet. It took me a while. It took about a week or something to see one. A dentist, you know. But give it time. No? Oh, this is just a phase thing. It will probably get worse before it gets better, but it will get better. It needs to be something sustainable. You know, there needs to be enough work and enough infrastructure. Of course, you know, legitimate asylum seekers, you know, are okay. But economic ones, that's a different story, isn't it? Of course, I'd like to help as many people as possible, but it would be kind of counterproductive to, you know, do too much, and that's what they're kind of doing. What will probably happen there, Terry, is there'll be such a backlash, you know, from the public and that, you know, the whole thing will be scrapped, and, you know, even legitimate asylum seekers, you know, won't have a chance. It's such a pity. Yeah? Oh, goes, okay. Well, thank you. It was no problem at all. I'm glad all night back together. Goodbye. Hello there, friend. How are you? I wanted to thank you again. Really. Made a little more of the pie. Okay. Here, have this. Okay. That's not too bad. Don't know why we had to come back in the morning, but that's it. Okay, we need one more, guys. But if we do the other story, that should take care of that one. And the questing as well. Let's see what we got. Yeah, I see this one. Oh, there it is. Oh, that's the story. That's one of the main ones. Yeah, okay. We'll go for that one. Why not? Yeah, we're on a roll now. Then we get back to the settlement. Oh, he speaks pretty deeply, ah. Okay, who are we speaking to now? There's another quest there, but I'm not really that interested for. The biggie. Yeah, well, we'll go for the biggie. I could do with some rye. If we could, well, there's not left. Well, there is. There's about 4 or 5 days, maybe more left in the season. So if we could get some rye and stuff in, it might not be too bad. There's still a lot of stuff to unlock, so we need as much cash as possible for that one. It's always pretty slow in the beginning. Until we get a mine up. We'll have to look for a mine shortly. That's a big problem, finding these NPCs. Where is that? There. Oh, hang on. Might be in another town, is it? It is, yeah. Well, that's a story quest anyway. Oh, there's no more quests left here anyway. Okay, where is this rye shipment? Oh my god, it's all the way down there. Fair enough, let's go. That's pretty close to our settlement. Yeah, very deep, yeah. Okay, let's go. Oh, hang on, there's a quest there. Oh no, that's his one. We'll leave him on the side for a moment. He sends us out to that guy in the woods, doesn't he? He gets us to dig some clay. We've got some junk now. We can get rid of a few little things I can do here in the settlement. Now, on our way back, we'll just grab as much of this junk as we can and we can dump it at the settlement. Best about this is, well, you need storage, of course, but you can dump this on the ground. It doesn't really disappear. Now, I'm still tempted to do something with that, but yeah, it's strange we have the room now, but we don't have the. Okay, why not? We'll go for it. We need some of that junk from the spruce anyway. We'll need a lot of buildings up, you know, before we get anything done. Maybe I shouldn't have sold them, but whatever. Now. We'll be needing a ton of this. And sometimes you'll get some junk on this as well. Okay, what do we like now? We can dig a bit more. Where do I see the rest of this clay? Here. We'll take as much as we can. Oh, we're still looking good. We're still looking pretty decent. We might be able to get these last two, I'd say. Oh, I'm happy to be here, Terry. Oh, sugar. Okay. Where are those spruce? I can do the last of the fire pits in the houses with that junk. Because I need to get that building thing up. Oh, where is this? One more of those. Once we get the mine, a mine going, we won't be too bad. We get our hands on some iron. Although this might not be like the other one. Iron was easy enough to get in one of the villages. But if we do find a mine, we'll put up a warehouse. That will take a bit of time, but it'll be worth it. Should give us extra storage in the village as well, I think. There. Right. Right, let's get out of here. We'll dump this. Here, we'll mark our village. In case we go a little sideways. There, that's on our way anyway. There, we should be cool. We don't really have a bow. Yeah, we're kind of overweight. Well, I took out the wolves that were here, but they'll be back next season. Oh, we gotta pick up some food, don't we? Oh, a badger. Oh, he was a big one. Yeah, he's always lucky to pick up that iron axe. We can kill him pretty quickly without any damage. So this is a little badger spot, I see. This is where we meet a boar and a rabbit and a wabbit. Oh, you there's a ton of them here. Are you kidding me? No, we haven't got time. We're getting too heavy now as well. This is back and we get it cooked up. We're not too far from home. Yeah? As I was skinning that rabbit, there was like 2 more of them running circles around me. I think the update might have added a little bit more on the animals. Yeah, we're kind of heavy. Right. There's a little bits and pieces we need to do on this and then we move on. Just to use up this stuff. Ooh. What have we got here? Oh yeah, I don't mind if I do. Yeah, we'll take that. We'll eventually be needing animal feed. Not quite yet, but sometime soon. took ages to center this. Should be able to build out from this. It's kind of center on this one here. Yeah, we really need a horse, but then you're talking about settlers, and then you're talking about a barn to make feed, then you're talking about crops. Yeah, it's not that simple. It's really not that simple. Now we'll do the few bits and pieces we need here. We'll check our traps. Oh, there's nobody here yet. I've got a little work camp. Where is it? Yeah, over there. Now. Right. Now let's check the floors and that. We'll see if we can start decorating this little guy. Slot 1. No, they're all locked, you see. Sheep, goat, badger, and wolf. Not enough. The scheme is not unlocked. Okay, we can buy it though, can't we? Not enough. Yeah. Okay. I'll leave that for a second. Is there anything we want to dump here? Oh, hang on. Yeah, let's see if we can do the fire pits here. This is the one we want, the boxed fireplace. Well, that's weird. Oh, it's already selected. Okay, that's one. Yeah, we'll get those out of the way. Make use of that clay. There we go. Get the other two over here. Bit by bit, we'll get this. There's still a ton of stuff I've got to unlock. Okay, we need some planks. Well, we definitely have enough pay. We want, what, 6? We need 12 clay. So we need some planks. How many planks? Ah, 6 planks, so yeah, we need 6 logs. Should be enough for the 2. Unfortunately, I've got the woodcutter shed over the bridge, but we need 6 of these. Oh, actually we need 5. We'll get to 6 anyway. There. Now let's turn these into planks. And we can dump off some of the other stuff as well. The problem with the storage sheds, you'd want quite a few. The sooner we find the mines and link them up to that, the better. This I'll be getting rid of later, and I'm taking down the forest here, but it will grow back. I've left all the stumps in. Okay, we need to trim this guy down a bit. So I think we'll be heading for that quest first thing in the morning. Some junk there as well. Let me see. Of course. A rat meat. Now, let's see. Well, we need 12 clay. We'll get rid of the rest. Obviously get rid of the feed, the beetroot seed, the berries. Get rid of 40 clay. The feathers. Oh, we got a fruit pie. I get rid of the fur for a little bit. The iron ore. We need the log. We need the planks. Oh, we got a little bit too much. Yeah, we get rid of that for the time being. The spruce bark. Yeah, that's it. I think we're good. Yeah, I'm not fixing this up. This is... I'm gonna destroy this later when I get a chance. There. So we'll kill some time here till morning. I still have a bit to do. We can do some of the decorating, get it out of the way, and then to raise the skills, you know, with this guy to unlock some more junk as well. I'll do the fencing on this later. I want to try and get 5 of these houses in with 10 fuels in the center, and then I could use the other side to you know, put up the barns and the warehouses. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, I can't seem to put the limestone in yet. I think we've got to unlock the larger house for that. I kind of forget. Would you believe I forgot to, yeah, I forgot to make the planks. I was expecting to build her here first, but the road was a little too awkward. I can get some other stuff in there later. But that was the best place to start off with the fuels and the farmers' houses and stuff, and we can do a little orchard or something there eventually. There's plenty of room here. But it will take a while to sort it out. I've got a ton of new decorating stuff and some trees and bushes and stuff as well. So that should be interesting. No. Let's get these in. And we'll try the shelving and stuff. We're not really going anywhere without mine, I'm afraid. Which means more houses, more crops, more fields. Well, it kind of runs away from you pretty quick. There, one more. Oh, are you kidding me? I didn't finish this one. I didn't actually finish it. There we go. Right, that's that end of it. So, what do we need here? We need a long wooden shove, isn't it? I forget which one I use, or is it braced wooden shove? That one is 500. What have I got? 23. A small one. Okay, let's unlock them. Yeah, there it is. There, I can see it. Yeah, it's the. It's probably the other one I need. It's coming up a little more. I would say that one there, the braced wooden shove. I'll tell you what we'll do. Well, first of all, we'll plough these down. We'll make some planks from this, and then I'll do a save and we'll see which one looks best. But I think it's the braced one. You know, first thing in the morning to get that quest. We haven't really had time anyway. They'd probably rope us into something. There's not much there. What am I carrying anyway? Oh, the meat. The meat. I'll get rid of some of that meat. Fruit pie, Well, that's a cellar anyway, isn't it? Yeah, we'll leave you in there for a moment. Okay. Well, I haven't got any junk to put any of the curtains up. I don't think I've got a tech yet anyway. But I think I've got enough for manure. Or for compost, I think. Fertilizer. Same difference. Now. Ah, sugar. Oh, we need logs as well. Fair enough. I want to check both. We'll see which one is the best. But I would say it's the braced one. Oh, we can carry those. Interesting. Now that's the braced. There, definitely the braced. And we'll go the other one, we'll see which one is best. Yeah, we go with the braced one. We'll use up whatever junk we have as well. Now while it's loading up, I will get something to drink. Now, yeah, piece by piece we'll get this together, especially now anyway when we need to wait till morning and we need to get that building experience as well. Oh yeah, the logs. Yeah, we might as well start from this side then. Right. Alright, that's two of them. Tree. I don't know if we've got enough for this last guy, have we? We'll have a look at the shutters in a moment and the flower boxes, of course. Ah, yeah. Well, we need planks and logs. Right, we'll do a little bit of chopping, I suppose. Well, we just keep chopping. Not here, because it takes 2 years for these things to grow back. Other side of the bridge. It's nearly dark now. I think we'll just have time to do that and we can sleep till morning. It was just to get some farming experience. Yeah, it's almost dark. Not the greatest forest ever. It's birch tree, probably. Well, it is the worst one. What do we need for this guy? Yeah, okay, we need 2 stone, apparently. make 2 of those guys. And we'll use them up here, and we can move on. Well, this works towards the extraction skill as well, but it's slow. We need 4 plank anyway, I'd say. We'll get those as well. 4 plank and 4 logs, isn't it? Yeah. Just to finish those. I think I've got a ton of sticks there, so we'll use them up for baskets. And we'll sell them, we'll need the cash. Okay, that should be enough. Okay. Oh, sugar. I didn't see this. It's something I was doing earlier. Oh yeah. And then we moved down, we ran out of stone, wasn't it? Okay, we'll do half of these in planks. Yeah, why not? Always use them for something. Can't really touch them now, I'm a little bit on the heavy side. Alright, let's get these out of the way, we'll dump that junk. Grab that meat, then we'll be off. We've got our shelving in anyway. A little bit more complicated with the fencing on these. I'm not quite sure how many I'm putting in, and I can't really put them in until the end. We'll do it in strips. Yeah, probably going from the center. Okay, how are we doing? Oh, that's one here, wasn't it? Yeah, this one. Okay, we got one there. That's all of them. Right. Let's dump this junk. Yeah, what's the story with that? Can we unlock it yet? No, not enough technology. We'll get it. That's weird. Well, there it is. Now, can we carry these? Oh, there's... Oh, that's a lot, isn't it? Okay, we need to get rid of some of these, I would say. Let's see what our top limit is anyway. 75, I'd say. No. $90 something. Yeah, we'll leave it a cool 90. We'll be moving pretty slow. There. We'll be moving very slow. Get this junk in, get those baskets in, and we can store them in that chest, I'd say. Push comes to shove. That should work on production. Where is that skill? There, that one there. What are we? Still a good bit away. We'll just have it done by nightfall, I'd say. Can we unlock that yet? Probably better off going with a medium wicker basket. I think we get a little bit more money or something for it. Okay. Come on, not that. 95 baskets. Oh, that should bring us up a good bit, I'd say. Oh, we can still carry it as well. What are we like in production now? 517. Okay. Oh, there goes our torch. And I don't have straw. Get that back in the other spot. Okay, looks like we're torchless for a while. Get rid of the feathers. That's about it, really. Yeah. Now, it's going to be dodgy running with this, but it's not far to go to the village. Now, sleep till morning, get some water, some food, and then we're off. We'll try and drag those other things with us, I suppose. Those baskets, see if we can sell them. No, I just get something more to drink. No point fixing these up because they're just temporary here. Needed them completely off the settlement. Maybe change your plans, you'll just be moving them in. Rebuilding them every 5 seconds, so... That's about right. Now, what have we got here? That's a bit much, but... That's okay. That would probably do. Now, we need that for protection. And now we'll save this guy. Right, we're off. Oh, hang on, the trap. Yeah, they're okay. We're kind of struggling with the weight. But I think we're just going to this village that's literally right here beside us. Yeah, pretty much. And it's just up this road, it's not far. I think they've got money. Oh, they have. Well, this is where a horse would come in handy. But with a horse you need a stable. So you need somebody, then you need an NPC to do the stable. Then obviously you need food, so you'd have to have a barn up and someone to run that. Then you need rye and you would need oats, and then yeah, that's much further on. Once we get a little bigger. It's just over the hill. Let me turn this fan a little bit towards me. Yeah, it's humidity is creeping up a little bit. Right, we'll find a vendor before we do anything. Gosh. Vendor. Oh, there's one there. I've got some baskets for you, lady.
How can I help you? Only the best products here.
Yeah, Minora's not good enough. There it is, medium basket. Not too much. Quite a bit, actually. 2. Oh, that's not bad. There we go. Here, take that just to clear our inventory. Yeah, that would do. Wooden shovel's a bit heavy, we'll get rid of that one. How many stone knives have we got? 6? You could have 5 of them. There, that would do. That would do. Now, let's see. Yeah, now we've got some speed. Yeah, it's this guy here, apparently. Now let's see what he wants. I was asked to check up on the ride delivery that was supposed to go to Gostovia. Are there any setbacks? Hello, what can I help you with? So yes, they've been reached Gostovia. That's worrying. What happened? I hope it's not a bear or something like that, or we're in trouble. I sent one of my workers with the parcel yesterday. He should be back here already. There were never any problems with this route before. Something must have gone wrong. Wolves we can just about manage, I'd say. I'm already advanced. Just try to go and find him. Okay. Do it. See if you. I hope he's okay. Let's not waste time. There it is. Oh. Oh, it goes in. Yeah. Yeah, it goes in sections. That's good. Find the courier on the route. Chapter 3. Nice. Okay. Into the wilderness. Now let's see where we are on these. Oh, skills. What are we... Oh, yeah. We did sell a ton of junk, didn't we? What's that? Empathy. That's on 2. This is actually our very first one on this. Are you kidding me? Yeah, it is. Okay. One is bad, the other is worse, really, isn't it? Well, I have to take one of them. Okay, we'll go with that one, I suppose. There. Now, the journal. Yeah. Years left until the quest line exploring. 18 years. Okay. I should be able to get it in 18 years. Maybe that's when they die. Whatever. Okay, we'll give that one a try. Let's see. Oh, what's this? Next level. Yeah, well, we got that already. Oh, it's somewhere down there. It looks pretty dangerous, doesn't it? We'll wait till we get home. Yeah, we'll wait till we get home. We'll grab some junk on the way down. That just takes too much time, to be honest. Unless I see something interesting. I should be just scouting along here and hope I don't get eaten by wolves. That's pretty tightly packed. There's something there. Is this something I've found before? No, it's not. Nice. This is not one I have found before. That's some leather. Let's see what else we've got here. We'll put that in. Not much of a reward. We can kinda make that pretty easily. That's a spear, wasn't it? What kind of a spear was that? Was it iron? Oh, it's a fishing spear. Cool. Because we can't make any of the fabric yet. That might be actually handy. A torch. Nah, that's it, guys. That's everything. Now, where are we off to? Let me mark that for a moment. There. That's a bit better. Right. Let's go. Oh, without a bow. We're pretty much wasting our time. I think we've got enough of that for Rod to make this stuff later. We need barns up. I'm most likely going to probably have to buy that stuff. I think it'd be better off, because by the time I get a barn up, it's gonna be a while. You use tons of it anyway, so. Now let's see what we've got here. Now, let's see what we got. Fish up, blah, blah. Oh yeah, the firewood and the spear, we'll have to put those away. We'll dump the other junk up there and we'll see what's going on with that guy. Oh, nice. Okay. Firewood, fishing spear, fur, ladder, all the fish. What's our food like anyway? We're not too bad. 84.96, okay. We'll store some of this other junk. I think I've got a good build that we could really sell some. We'll sell it before the season ends anyway. I'm not going to eat it by myself. Okay, that would do. I'll drop the other junk up here and we'll move on. I'll create a little pile here because I'm sure I'll be doing most of the building later. What I want to do with that main road is probably avenue it in, I'd say, once I'll get the seeds and that. Okay, I think we're good. We need those in case we get attacked. We don't have any potions yet. Yeah, okay. That's not bad. Now let's save this. Now let's mark that guy. Oh hi William. And how have you been? Yeah, first time on the valley map. I did the Oxbow one. That was quite good, but this time I wanted to do the story. It's a little slower obviously because you're bogged down with the story, but I'm pretty impressed with this game for, you know, what it is, an indie game. Especially how well, let's say, you know, the AI padding is on the NPCs and other stuff. But for this one I got, well, the last time I played it didn't come out with that little decorating DLC. There's some other stuff on that as well. Right, let's see if we can do this. I've been off this game for a long time, so it just took me a little while to get into it again. There, so okay, we've got to find him apparently. I found this in some junk and it's our only decent protection. Although I did think I'd clear the wolves on it here. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Yeah. It depends on the map you start on. You get a choice, William, of two maps. The valley, well, you can build anywhere as long as it's not too close to a major town. The valley is the story map. You're going to have to do all of the stories and everything. But if you go to Oxbow, they're kind of, you know, you can just do them as you please. And, you know, as long as you get the tech, you know, the experience and that, you know, you're pretty okay. I started on Oxbow. Oh, hi Doodless. Pretty good, and you? But basically if you start here in the valley, this is probably your best place to build. It's nice and flat. And there it is on the map. You'll come in, this is the valley map. So around there. So with this one, you know, you do the main story quests and that. And as you do the quests and stuff, you can build more houses and, you know, you'll get more stuff. But it's all down to the quests. Where on the Oxbow map, you know, it doesn't matter about the quests. As long as you have the experience and the cash, you know, you can build whatever you want. Ended early. Ah. Did you finish your game early? Yeah, it happens to me sometimes. But it's not exactly too hard, the game, you know, but the controls, yeah, it's a bit of a learning curve. You're going to get probably frustrated, William, once you start to really build up your settlement. Because it's kind of complicated. You know, the micromanagement that, but you'll get used to it pretty quick. Like, let's say, you know, if you want a horse in this, obviously. You know, if you don't want to keep, well, you need the tech for a stable. Because if you buy the horse and then wake up in the morning, he's gone. So if you've got a stable, obviously you need somebody to run the stable. So that's one NPC. Then you'll have to feed that NPC, obviously. So you need a hunter. And then you need water as well, so then you need an extractor. And now then for a horse you need food. So you need food, you're probably better off making the feed, so you're talking about rye and oats. So that's 2 crops and 4 farmers. Then you'll need a barn. You see what I mean? So before you get to that stage, you're better off, you know, leaving down a few houses, having them all ready, and then move them in slowly. It's tempting to put a lot in. But I built quite a big settlement on the last Oxbow map, William, and I'll show you here. I'll save it here. Yeah, this is a pretty decent building game. And I'll load up that one and I'll give you a quick look. Just kind of got frustrated. I know what you mean. But this is an old save here. I haven't uploaded it yet, so I didn't want to override it. This is an Oxbow. This was before I got the DLC with more decorating stuff. This one is quite big. So you can see all the different pieces and that. That's it once you unlock them. And this one is pretty huge. But I did the best I could with the stuff I had then. Now I've got some other stuff. I'd be able to do something a little different. Yeah, it would take a while to load up. Quite some time, alright. Not surprised, it's pretty big. So a quick look at this and then we'll move back to the other one. I still have 3 achievements. You'll have to play both maps if you want all the achievements. If you go to Oxbow, you'll get all of them out except 3. Then you'll have to go to the Valley map to get those. I suppose you could do them all on the Valley map, but then, you know, you wouldn't get to play on the Oxbow map. So this is the settlement here. Now this was without the help of, you know, any trees that I got from the DLC. I didn't have the DLC that time. Let me go into photo mode. How do we do that again? There it is. There it is. Okay. Yeah, I get a better view out of it this way. There's a large orchard there and that. Yeah, they'll only let you so far with this camera. Really big, isn't it? This is about as much as I'd chance doing, to be honest. Maybe I kind of overdid it. Just a tiny bit. But you can see it here from the map as well. But you can do some nice stuff on this one if you give it a chance. Yeah, there it is there. Not easy to get the lines so straight on this. But with a bit of practice you could do it. The hardest thing on this was the fencing here on the side. The ground here is very, very unforgiving. Now that's the size of my town. And this is in Gaelic and it basically means what is it again? Let me see. Home. Something home. Do you believe I've forgotten? Far from home. Yeah. It means far from home in English. There was no need to put up the barricades, you know, but I thought it'd just look cool. You won't get any attacks. Your NPCs won't die. Of course, if you don't supply them enough food, water and proper shelter, they will take a hike, you know, and leave your settlement. But they won't die. And this one took... I should be able to do something a little bit more interesting now with the new decorations, because these ones, they were pretty limited. These are the traders. You can have your own traders eventually, but the micromanagement is unbelievable until you kind of get used to it. But even when you fine tune it, you'll still be helping out a little bit. Oh, this is autumn. It looks way better in spring, especially summer. And there's tons of animals in this as well. So many different vendors. There's sheep, pigs, goats, cows, chickens, geese, yeah, you name it. These are the fully decorated houses. I kind of maybe went a little overboard. They don't blossom, until probably spring and summer. Autumn, everything dies. Kind of expensive as well, I'd say, to get the dye to do the walls. It's good that they went with dye in medieval times, before paint they used dyes on mortar. Sewing huts and more houses. You wouldn't believe how many settlers you can accommodate with just one well, with a guy on a level 10. But the orchard is the center of the settlement. And it's a good idea to, build a large orchard, I suppose, in the very beginning. It saves a lot of hunting and that. Yeah, we'll cross over the other side.
I'm not the one who sets prices. It's the market.
And this is my house over here. Of course, I got the premium one beside the waterfall, and it's the only really large house I built. And that's why I picked this spot here, the waterfall. And there's a mine here as well, so that really helps. But if you want to know where this is on the Oxbow map, it's probably the best location. When you get to Oxbow... Here, let me get rid of that. Where did we start off again in Oxbow? I don't know, we start off somewhere anyway. Forget where it is. But right at the bottom you see these three. So what you need to do is zoom in, and what you'll be looking for is that bridge. I didn't build that. That bridge and road, that's there naturally. So you'll be looking for that bridge and road. Right between these two here, and just beneath Piestovia. What has the best building? Valheim, I'd say. Because with Valheim, you can really customize it a lot because of the ground levels. Not perfect. You might get a little bit of shudder in it, but as far as I'm concerned, for that kind of survival game where you can terraform, it's definitely the most stable. You can terraform too on No Man's Sky, but it's guaranteed to come back within in a couple of days and ruin your base. But the graphics, it wouldn't be as good as this. If Valheim had graphics like this, it would be something. And NPCs and stuff. Valheim can be a bit lonely, obviously. Being the only NPC there. This, it's a little different. Oh, we got a moonwalker. Yeah, you rarely see that happen. Now this is a mine. Be on the lookout for these. Never get in here again. Blacksmith. Yeah, you get one of those early, get in, you know, get all the junk out of there. The stuff will respawn every season. And no matter where you are on the map, if you build a mine here, you can send your settlers from your settlement. You'll see them walking in the morning, but that's just for show. You know, no matter how far it is there and back, they'll still produce the same, you know, from the mine. Obviously, the higher the skill, the more they'll produce. And this stuff, I just threw it down there to do the decorations. The woodcutter and that. A tavern is a nice thing to have too. At night it really lights up and the settlers gather here. They actually have a band here sometimes. This is all done by hand. Valheim has a better system. There's a little plate you'll lock onto the table and then you can put the meals on it. Here, the only way you do it, and you'll really work for this one, especially when you're doing the bottles. You'll be doing something like this. You'll literally be taking that up and then you'll be going into your menu, and it takes ages to do this. I had a good bit of practice in the likes of Oblivion with this kind of silliness. But you don't have to do it, you know. So you gotta keep doing it to get it right, and then you can actually move it like so. You know, move it slowly into place like that. I don't mind doing that because I'll be loading this up anyway again. But that took a long time to do. Not too bad here on the level. That's why you really need level ground, you know. Decorating pieces is definitely the hardest to find. There's a ton of bridges and stuff here as well I put in. Warehouses, all that stuff. Now, let me see. And then we just go up to the other side where the animals are. And getting this neat, yeah, it's not easy to do. This is in 2 pieces. It'll all come in a little later. Yeah, that's still there, alright, the whole way through. Yeah, so all of that there, and yeah, if there was a tax in this would be pretty safe. But it's just more for show. Another windmill there. And over here we've got another tavern, I think. Well, these are the main fields here. We were just here, alright. Let's go over the other side. And the orchard. You can make beer and stuff from that. The map on this is not bad actually for a survival game. You know, for what it is. But a big map isn't everything. You know, if Starfield learned is one thing, it's definitely that. It doesn't equate to a decent game, you know. Yeah, that's the other tavern. They'll all start getting up there in a moment. And then we have the other side down here. Yeah, a good few hours on this one. Geese here. But for everything you put in, you'll need people to take care of it, so yeah, it can run away with you pretty quick. Yeah. And here we have donkeys, is it? Yeah, donkeys here.
I
And
can't
that
say a
one
bad
there
word.
is our beehives.
Good word either.
What's this? Goats, I think. Yeah, goats, cattle. Oh yeah, these NPCs will have kids, and well, it's really immersive. But the story, there's no voice acting. It's such a pity. And I'm not surprised. You know, all of these games are pretty much the same sheep, and these are all for a reason. You need these for, you know, material, wool, you know, stuff like that. And especially the pigs. And this is our stable here. One of each is more than enough. You can breed your own animals as well, but they will die of old age, and so will your NPCs. And this is our little fishing harbour here. And that's it, guys. Pretty much. Yeah, now you can see it now. This place is huge. That's about the biggest settlement I ever did. Yeah, that's all the pity I can't go all over it. It just doesn't speak all that far. But in the summer, especially spring, it looks quite nice. Right, let's get back to our game, guys. There's different flowers and shrubs now with the DLC. Some new, and now I can plant trees. That's a game changer. Because with that save, you know, I had to be very, very careful to save the trees. That caused me some problems, alright. But now we can, you know, pretty much plant our own trees. Alright. Right, let's see where this guy is. But we started off that settlement pretty much the same. I found a nice centerpiece, you know, just did a few houses on a road and, you know, kind of spread out from there. Oh, hi, Anu. Never seen it before. Sorry I didn't see you there. My apologies. This is pretty big for a while on Steam. But I think about a year, almost two, I think it came to Xbox. But I think it came out in 2020, I'm not quite sure. But it is an impressive little indie game for what it is, you know. You know, the amount of interaction and how streamlined the NPCs are compared to Fallout 4. You know, that slop that Todd keeps, you know, churning out. But I have zero fault with this game. What I would like to see them do, you know, eventually, you know, voice acting is a big thing, you know. Voice acting would be nice. I know it would make the game a lot more complicated. Some more stuff to build on, Be interesting quests. Yeah, this could be one of the biggies. You know, this company if they keep pushing forward. You know, it is. Yeah, but it used to be. There was a big hullabaloo about that. But basically, they're sacking all the voice actors. You remember they went in strike. They're getting an AI now to do the voice acting. Yeah, a lot of them have been doing that. Now, whether people will support it or not, that's another thing. You know, but I think it's not just a cost. Let's say, the expense, but I say it would require a lot more room and coding and stuff in the game as well. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. They were always going to get rid of the manu. It's as simple as that, you know. What they will do now, let's say, any celebrities, actors and whatever the case may be, like let's say, remember Patrick Stewart and in Oblivion, Sean Bean in Oblivion, Liam Neeson in the Fallout one. You know, that guy Worf from Star Trek on New Vegas, all that kind of thing. They did the voice acting. Now they can pretty much copy their voice perfectly with AI. So what they'll probably do is they'll sign a contract with those guys, a kind of one-off payment to give them the rights to use it on that game. There will probably, I can see a few different contracts. One would be for that game only, or maybe let's say some more money for to use it whenever they see fit. But the voice actors could kind of work out okay as well. If there was something set up where they could only use it for that one game, they'd be getting a lot less, but it would have zero work to do. It wouldn't take them any time, and then they could do voice acting and something else. But like companies have no qualms about getting rid of their workers if they can get AI to do it. So the voice actors were definitely not, were definitely not safe. Nobody is, No, but that's the only way I can see it happen. There's no way they're going to let him in for royalties or anything like that. Although CD Projekt did offer that just for the story of The Witcher to the guy who wrote the book. They offered him a lump sum or, a percentage. So he went with the lump sum. He made a big mistake. Yeah, it was a big hit. But for a while I think he was complaining about it, and then, when they got successful, they gave him some more money. Just to be nice, which they didn't have to do. They were pretty good about that one, But that's the way it's gonna be. I know. Anything that AI can do, they'll obviously get rid of a workforce. You're getting AI doing it for almost practically nothing. The AI could generate voices as well. It would be nice to have a celebrity one in there, but the money part of it, I don't think that's going to be a problem anymore. Getting it to work on games, maybe, But don't they have AI mods now? I think I've seen them somewhere where you can use Chat GPT on an NPC and it can kind of learn in the game. I think I've seen that, and that was a good while ago. That was some years back. But AI could do a lot, let's say, in gaming. But the downside of that is you're talking about a lot of jobs lost. You're talking about a serious amount of jobs lost. But it's always been that way. Yeah, I think it was for Skyrim, I might have seen it. Now we've got to investigate this, and I'm expecting wolves or God knows what. But we'll see. Well, I'm hoping we're not really... I wasn't wasn't lucky enough to pick up a decent ball yet. I think we might have got into this quest a little too early. But, you know, let's face it, out from the likes of Oblivion and, you know, what was it, Fallout 3, wasn't it? Was it Fallout 3? Probably. There's a few of them. These past 15 years, you know, they haven't been using, you know, really well-known celebrities like that, you know. There is obviously a kind of guild where, you know, there's a lot of voice actors, you know, but, you know, they'd only be noted, let's say, for doing that, you know, not like the likes of, you know, Patrick Stewart or Lee Nielsen, you know, the other people. There was one in Oxbow. You were part of a building troupe and you were going to Oxbow to build a village for this king or something because he needed allies. But it kind of got ambushed and everyone died, and you survived and you woke up in town with this guy who was slash barber, medic, and he kind of brought you back round, and then you had to build a village yourself. It was a little bit like New Vegas, where, you know, that kind of thing. Not much, no, there's not much story to any of these games. You know, the likes of, you know, even Valheim and this one. But this has probably more of a story than the other ones. But no, they're not that big on story. Yeah, yeah. But not as much as they used to, you know. But yeah, it is probably a money thing. And it's not like these companies are not making money. I would absolutely prefer if they used, you know, people to do the voice acting. But as I said, you're talking about companies, you know, that made record profits and sacked all their staff, shot themselves in the foot, you know, losing some decent talent. The greed with these people is they're unbelievable. They can't see past, you know, the next quarter, you know. So, you know, just before the quarter ends, if, you know, they get rid of half of their staff that they don't think they need anymore, instead of putting them on another project, they'll let them all go, you know. Stocks will shoot up, the quarter will look a little bit better, and then, you know, they suffer on the next one. But they don't think that far ahead, you know. Corporate never thinks that far ahead. No, letting people go that were there for maybe, you know, a decent amount of time, and then when they start a new project, bringing newer people in that might be cheaper but would have a lot less experience, you know. The game takes longer to do, costs more money, and it's not as good, and, you know, long term it hurts them a lot. And then all the new guys you're bringing in probably are what I would call bad actors. They're not just there to work and do a job, they're there to preach and re-educate people. Which is, I've yet to see what that has got to do with a video game, but there you go. But yeah, a lot of, in the near future, I can see a lot of IPs and a lot of companies going into bankruptcy because they can't seem to take control of their own companies. So apparently he's here somewhere, guys. Yeah, somewhere in this circle. Okay. So we're looking for, what's it? Find the courier. Okay, well, stick to the road for a little bit. You'd imagine he'd be on the road, wouldn't you? He's gotta be here somewhere. Okay. Okay, this is not looking good. Oh, sugar. That's not good. That is not good. Okay, guys, we're talking wolves. Yeah, we'll go there in a minute. What's that there? Well, I don't know. That looks like a sign is here anyway. Okay. Is the sim up here? No, they wouldn't build a tent, would they? Okay, he's not an easy guy to find. Yeah, oh, hang on, here's one there. Yeah, okay, we'll track this guy. We'll track this guy. Okay, I think we're kind of getting close. What's this? Okay, he's gotta be here somewhere, isn't he? Yeah, I seen that. That guy is in everything in the UK. Absolutely everything. He used to do the Sky commercials. Yeah, Alba. He's acted in some really horrible movies as well. Very B stuff. The Dark Tower was one. Oh God. Yeah, I think he crossed the river. Let's see, did he go? No, he didn't. He didn't. He didn't. There he is. That silly bugger. Okay, we better save this one, I'd say. That should do it. Okay, please help me. I'm badly wounded. Damn, you're sure bleeding a lot. I don't think I've got potions, have I? I've been attacked. I'm not sure if I'm going to make it. Who knows what aren't you? The one who was supposed to deliver the rye. That's right. Here, take the parcel if you want. Just please get me some help. I'm on my way, hold on. Take this, it should help with a bit with the pain. It's probably those plants I have. Try to keep pressure on the wound. So what do we do now? Oh, just go back and hunt the boar. Oh no, I think that one is a different quest, isn't it? Yeah, let's sort this guy out first. We'll see the boar in a minute. We'll have a look at the boar. We're not really in a great position now to hunt boar, but we'll give it a shot. We'll give him some silly plants. Yeah, we might be able to do the boar. I wonder how many of those plants he took. I don't know exactly how many I had. One. My good God. He just took one. Now, let's see. Wonder if we could get some boar on the way back. Find me here. And there's some boar over there. Worth a try, I suppose. We can save it when we get kind of close. Now, there's the journal. Hey, go back to him and he'll help him out, I suppose. And we're going... Oh, it's actually not that far, I'd say. I'd say it was the boars who messed that guy up. Now, we've just got the axe, but we'll give it a shot. We'll take a good bit of damage from these guys. You really want a crossbow for these guys. Yeah. We want to time this pretty decent now, these boars. There's one there, is it? Now I need to draw them out one at a time. Yeah, if there's more than one, we're history. We've got a chance anyway. I've got a decent amount of those plants. Until I get something up and going to make potions. There. That's where you really need a bow. Come on. Okay, that's one. See that? He took almost half my health. Oh, sugar. That's two. We needed those plants. Yeah, we took a bit of a hiding there. But without that iron axe, I was going nowhere. I would have taken too many shots. Right, let's skin these guys. Okay, we need food anyway for starters, I'd say. So I need, what, one more, isn't it, when we get that one done? Yeah, the music is very, very peaceful, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. Okay, we need one more boar. I could take those guys down pretty simple with a decent bow, but we haven't got one. Bit early in the game for a crossbow. Looks like we'll be picking some plants again, guys. There, that's full health. Let's see what we've got here. Sticks and... okay, we've got no stones. Okay, that should be enough then to get another knife. There, we're needed. Now we've got to keep an eye out for those plants. I saw a lot of them earlier. Here they are. I'll get some of these guys just in case we'll get a good bit of damage in this last guy. That's it. Well, sometimes there's usually 3, but sometimes, you know, there's only 2. Well, we know in a moment, won't we? I'll check the map and see if that thing is still there. Oh, lucky enough, there's a lot of these guys around. Okay, I think that's enough. Now let me see. Let me have a look. Yeah, no, that was it, guys. There was only 2. I can get one more on the way back. Any more boars? Badgers? No, not really. There's boars way over there, but it's a good bit over. Anyone on the way down? Oh, there could be. I haven't really explored a lot. But let's say, as far as we're concerned, the closest boar would be there. That's a good bit over, isn't it? Okay, well, we'll see. We'll give it a shot. Let's see if we can get that one out. And as we go around, we'll uncover obviously new hunting spots. Wolves are pretty deadly in this game. Bears are a waste of time unless you've got a crossbow and a good high spot. That is it. Across there. Okay. We need a wash anyway. Takes a bit of getting used to this one, basically. It can be very, very confusing. You won't drown here. This is as deep as all the water goes. Boar, and there's fox as well. Well, maybe boar will do. Boar or fox. Yeah. No, we'll have to go for the boar. We don't have a bow. There's no way we're getting a fox. Unless you get really lucky and, they get stuck in a bridge or something. Oh, so we just need one more. On it shortly. Yeah, there's one. We just want to draw him out. You're kidding me? Well, this is good for hunting as well. Oh, hi. Hi, Foxy. Yeah, they're too quick. You can get them easy enough with a crossbow. Just sneak up behind them. But I remember on the Oxbow map I did a ton, I mean an unbelievable ton of the message board stuff, and they were always there. But I think the most annoying one was shooting the pigeons. Yeah, that was horrible. 15, 16 pigeons. No need for it. So, what have you been up to, Fox? Anything interesting? Ah, there they are. Now, the problem with these guys, I want to draw them out one at a time. I see a guy out here. Yeah, there's a guy down there, is there? Not I hope. Oh, there he is. Yeah, there he is. Keep him away from his mates. There he is there. Yeah, come get some. We want to be on this side. There we go. I wonder is he that stupid if we can sneak up on him? Nope, he ain't that stupid. That's it, that's the tree. And we got away with minor damage. Minor damage. Trying to unpack and get everything set up again. Oh, cool. Yeah, that's nice. Oh, different for what I wanted. Although we'll take a bit of getting used to. Not too bad. Yeah, not too bad. Just kind of tired, you know, from day to day. Yeah, it's a blood pressure thing. It's not that bad. You know, I can live with it. But out from that, pretty good. Yeah, pretty decent. You know what they say, folks? Every day above day is a good day. Or sorry, every day above ground is a good day. Well, you're my age, that's what they say. But yeah, pretty decent. Just kind of fighting the humidity here. Well, it's not too bad tonight. But we had a beautiful day. Really sunny evening, you know. Just nice this late in the year. Yeah, exactly. Everything else is a bonus, isn't it? Yeah, no matter how bad you think it is, folks, it can get worse. It can always get worse. We've got our 3 boars. That's that done. Now, we need to do is we'll repair ourselves, obviously. We want full health here. There we go. That's it, we're not too bad. We got, oh my god, we got a ton of meat. Now let's get back. We'll probably stop off at our settlement on the way. Where's the quest anyway? Oh, they're right back here. How close are we to our settlement? Because it's getting kind of... There it is. Yeah. There it is, there. Oh, that's not too bad. We got that one out as well. We'll make a run for this. Here, got those guys. Oh, sugar hunt. Stupid bird almost gave me a heart attack. Yeah, we'll be going home, so I want to collect a ton of these. I don't think I've got any in the settlement. There's still a monster amount of building to do. Yeah. That term could be added to almost anything, couldn't it? Yeah, we'll grab these. But until we get a few miners going, we'll have to do this by hand. Very, very quickly I maxed out the survival skill. I did 10 on this. About, oh yeah. What? Yeah, we just get these. It's getting late now anyway, we'll have to sleep when we get back. But now is a good opportunity to pick up some of these. Once we get mining, we'll have way too much. We'll probably be selling it for the time being. Yeah, we might need another building here or there once we get with this story a bit. Okay, let's move. Okay. Oh, it's just over here actually. Nice, we can do that. Yeah, it's just across the river. Nowhere that close. Yeah, oh, well, thank you. It's kind of you to say. But it is, it's an awesome pastime. Oh, okay. There. That should do it. There, just about. Right. This will be the start of our base here. We'll kind of move out from here. It'll take a bit of planning. It will definitely take a bit of planning. Well, yeah, it's the meat that's slowing us down. We'll have to sell some of it. I still have a bit of interest, yeah. Didn't have much time when I was growing up, to be honest. I'm kind of making up for it now. Yeah, what dumped it here is the meat. I suppose we'll bring some others and sell it because I don't think we're gonna eat it all anyway. Now, what do we dump here? There. Now, let's go get rid of this. I intend to build on all of this here, and we don't have to. Don't keep the buildings too close for a change. It's a nice bit of flat land, but a little waterfall or a better view. But we've got some new stuff, we should be able to compensate for that. Yeah, we should be able to compensate. Ah, sugar. Yeah. We've got to set these traps again as well before we leave, or before we go to sleep. Yeah, because, you know, you get the hunter's kill from that. And that's... It can be annoying to get. It takes a while. 72 roasted meat. Yeah, we still have a bit of time. Can we actually even hold this now? That's it, it's full. Okay, looks like we'll be bringing some of that, doesn't it? Yeah, I think it's time to make some room. Now, what do we need to get rid of here? The feathers, the fur, the leather. Oh, we've got a torch. We have. What do I need to make these traps? That's 10 stick and 12 stick and 2 stone. We'll grab them over here, just enough. We'll build them before we set off. 12 stick and 2 stone. Here we go. Birdie. Yep. Yeah, we'll have to do a little bit of lumberjacking again in a moment, I'd say. Okay. There we go. That's all we need. Everything spawns back the season after, so it's... yeah, there's just tons of stuff. I've maxed out the seasons because it takes a lot of time to get this stuff built. Don't want these NPCs dying of old age. Alright, yo. That one... doesn't matter where we put it, really. And the bird trap, isn't it? Yep. There. Once I maxed out the 100 skill, I never used those again. We got rid of all this junk, didn't we? Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so now we'll sleep till morning. And what we need to do is we'll grab some of that meat and we'll start selling it off. Especially the more expensive ones. And we'll sell that where we're handing in that quest. If I get time, let's say, between my streams, I'll see if I can kind of grid out this somehow. But, you know, until you're putting in the buildings, there's no real need. Well, yeah, we're getting rid of the apples. Who needs apples? The dried meat. Okay, we'll get rid of that. The fruit pie. The old rolls. Yeah, that's actually worth a lot, so we'll get that. And we'll get that. Well, that should be inside, but... right. We'll have to get rid of a ton of that. There. And we're left with, what, 29 roasted meat. That should do it. We've got a lot. We got a lot of food to sell. Now, what do we like on food? Okay, go for the cheap one, I suppose. Hang on, that's 5.7. There. Right, we'll sell the rest. That was kind of like money in the bank, wasn't it? Now, where's this guy? Oh, he's just in this village here. That's cool. We're pretty close. As long as you leave the stumps in 2 years, this will all grow back. Just kind of cool. But if you take the stump out, it will never go back. Yeah, we're pretty close. Right, where's this vendor? I think it's the same guy we're doing the quest for. The other guy is bleeding to death while we're eating and sleeping. Yeah, there he is. Is there another guy there? Is there another vendor? There is. Yeah, we'll see what she has.
You know how
Do you know what we need as well? We need, even though it's going to be costly,
it is with
we'll
mine.
need a
Do what
sewing
they
bag.
say,
She'll
but
probably have one.
Hello. Want to see my wares?
Has she got one? No, she's got the bow that I sold her. A ton of junk. Nah, okay. Right, she has 900 that we want. Here, let's get rid of this junk for a moment. Have some knives. Now, there's a fruit pie. And 2 old rolls. Some fish. Some salted meat. That's about it, guys. It's down to this one now, isn't it? I want to keep about 8 myself, I'd say. So we'll give her 190. And that one, that is in, how much? 570. Cool. Nice, she hadn't got much left, did she? Yeah, okay. Let's see if we complete our try. Oh, that's about it, guys. Yep. That would do. That was a nice little payday. Okay, where's that? There he is. Now, we'll save it here in case he sends us on something else. Hey, come here, you. About the rye delivery, yes. I found your man wounded on the road. He's been attacked and needs help. Oh my, I must send someone promptly. I came back, I got something to eat, we did a little bit, and went to sleep. And the next morning I told him. I gave him some medicine, he should be able to pull through. Thank you very much for your help. Will you handle the delivery of the rye? I don't know when I... Sure, don't worry about it. You're amazing. Here's some coins for all your help. Keep it. Your worker will need it more than me. You're a true hero. Yay! I wish you all the best. Nah, money's easy enough to get in this game. And we might get more reputation for that. Now, we've got to deliver this junk, don't we? Yeah, we could do a little bit of crafting on the way down. See, the problem is it takes too much time, it will be late soon. I think we just stick to that quest. Construct buildings, hunting lodge. Okay, we'll do a hunting lodge shortly. Well, we could put the hunting lodge anywhere because we can find a decent place for it later. I've been dumping everything here for the time being. Okay, let's see if we can do the hunting lodge. First of all, let's see how many buildings the lads have. I've got it doubled up and... Oh, nice. Okay, the hunting lodge. I put the hunting lodge on this side because I'm not sure what I'm doing in here yet. Until the farming area is done. Okay, how do we do this again? Hang on now. I believe I forget how to do this. Oh yeah, it's on the hammer. Silly. There it is. It's on that side of the wheel. Buildings. Hunting lodge would be survival. Wouldn't it be here somewhere? Extraction. Wouldn't it be extraction? Survival. There it is. Well, I don't want a hunting lodge 2. Yeah, we'll just go with the hunting lodge 1. Sticks, logs, stone, straw. What's the 2? Oh, that's a lot of logs. Yeah, okay, we'll just do that one. And we'll just put it anywhere, it doesn't have to be special. This is just here temporarily. What do we need? Yeah, as you can see, it's horrible. Yeah, there's no need for that, is there? It could be a little neater than that. I'll be scrapping this one once we get a little bit more organized. Roughly. Oh my. There. Yeah, a little bit better, not much better. So, what does this guy need? Oh, sugar. Okay, it's going to take me ages to get used to this game again. There. You would need an overhead view of this building. I use the farming fences, to be honest. To keep everything straight, that will have to do. Now let's see what it is. Okay, we need 8 stone anyway. We'll grab them from here. Good night, Terrain. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Have a good one and stay safe. We've got a ton of fertilizer to buy as well, so we definitely needed that money. Yeah, let's start picking some of this for a moment. We'll get the logs here too, why not? I've planned to save my backside quite a few times. Yeah, I don't want to build a upgraded one because it's just to get the quest over and get things started until I figure out where I want to put that junk. I think that's enough. I'll have to eventually clear this area anyway, so I'll just patch it out a bit and get some of this gone. Gone. That should be enough. Right. Let's make the hunting lodge and we'll get that little... what is it? Yeah, we'll get that little thing done. The junk on this side of the river I'll eventually be destroying. Oh yeah, we need logs, don't we? 8 logs. Fair enough. We need some logs. So we need 4 of these trees. Oh. Oh, he's tired. Okay, one more. Right, that's that. We'll probably need more for the roof, to be honest, but I would say at least 2 more. I'll get it, I suppose, while I'm here. We'll get another 4 just to be safe. So I'll take 2 more trays. These 2. Not the greatest. They're probably the worst tree in the game to just give 2 wood. And the entire area here is... well, there's just those, really. I think it got the odd kind of foresty one. That was very, very few. Ah, sugar. Alright, last one. That should do it. We should have enough for the lodge. Well, I will need straw. I think I've got some over there, and but shortly more. We'll just go somewhere and get some. I think it's somewhere around the side of the river. Now, the second I harvest that crop, I'll be getting rid of that field, I suppose. I've got some new ones over there. That was just to get some XP. Oh, sticks, and lots of them. Oh, we've got a ton of sticks, we're not too bad. Well, looks like we'll be needing more logs. Yeah, I forgot about the sides. So let me see. Okay, we need 3, 2, 1 straw. Let's see how many straw we've got down here just to get rid of it. Oh, I chopped some in here a while back. $55 straw. More than enough. Alright, it looks like we're going for some more logs. Exactly, where are we again? There it is. get them here. Ah. Well, now we definitely need logs, don't we? Yep. Should still just have enough time, I'd say, to make that delivery. And then we'll have to move on to another season. Well, if that's the case, then I'd better leave the berries out. But even if I do to make the rot, what's the point? Because I don't have a barn. Yeah, well, no, I'll have to buy it. Until I sort something out. What's the weight like? Yeah, dodgy. So what did we smash that we needed? Ah, sugar. Oh, the hammer. Yeah, we need a hammer. Should have room for one more, I'd say. Yeah, okay. Now... Right, let's finish this. Little hot. Yeah, he's very overloaded. He can barely move. Yeah, we'll need more logs, I'd say. Yeah, everyone takes a log. No. I think we might just get away with this. Just about, I'd say. No. We'll need at least one log. That's a pity. Oh, hang on, is it? Yeah, one log. Okay, let's get that log. Is there anything close by? Grab one of these this time. This guy's gonna have a hernia. We will definitely have to find a mine. Yeah, this is getting ridiculous now. Right, let's go. Into the wilderness. Oh. Yay! Diddly done. Now, food and water. What's the next one? Wooden hoe, simple bag. Wonder if I collect the one I have in storage, will that do? There. Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, hang on. Rat meat. Oh, goodness. Now, birch seedling. There's for I'm gonna have the straw in there as well. Now, what does these guys want? Yeah, wooden hoe and a simple bag. I think I've got them in here. Yeah, simple bag. No wooden hoe. Okay. Ah, 15 fertilizer, wheat grain, cabbage. Suppose we're gonna get it out. I want to grow these somewhere else, to be honest. So we need 15 plots. Well, we need a ton. Yeah, I'll do the plots over here, guys, I'd say. Do little separate plots for those. But at least we know what we're shopping for now anyway. I think I might have some wheat grain as well. I'll have a look in a moment, I'll make the plots anyway. So 15, 15 and 15. So what, 3 by 5? Yeah, I need them 3 by 5. Yeah, I actually prefer to do this way, where I can see what I'm doing. There. So 3 by 5. Yeah, I can kind of put these anywhere, it doesn't really matter. 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 3 by 5. Let's see if we can get another 3 by 5 here. I need 3 of these plots. Ah, sugar. Okay, we'll go the other side. And we need one more. And we'll have to hold. We'll have to go first thing in the morning then for that other thing because it's getting too late now. There's our tree plots. Oh, well, one hole will be enough. We'll see. Oh, we are going to need a megaton of fertilizer. Come on, you can do it. Alright, one more. Ah, I knew one wouldn't be enough. That's it. So, actually we need, yeah, fertilizer 15 is BS because we need, oh, I suppose then I suppose, yeah, I get it. We could grow any one of the 15, we'll grow them all anyway, it doesn't make a difference. So we need 45 fertilizer and 15 of these. 45 and then we need it all, I'd say. Whatever we need for the other side. Right. I better store everything down here then. We can destroy it later anyway. And once we get the crops from it. So we've got how many fields here? We've got 4 fields of 7x7. What's that? 7, 14, 21, 42, 48. 48, I think, in each field. That's what I think it is, anyway. Well, no, I left this thing out, so it's 47. So I could keep this when I'm doing the fencing. So it's 200 less 12. 188. 188 and another 45. It will probably take all of his stuff, I'd say. Right. Let's dump this. There we go. I'm gonna dump the other junk here. There, that should do it. Now, let us sleep till morning. And we'll hand in that quest and I think the guy there has got this junk, or else we'll go to another town. Probably the one across from it. I know where there's 3 crops. Yeah. They weren't sure which season. Yeah, I get it. That's why we only had to do... We'd only have to grow 15 to get the thing out, I'd say, anyway. There we go, grab some water and then we go. Yeah, it's gonna cost a pretty penny for this fertilizer. I don't think you'll have all of it we need, but it'll be enough. We'll get in some farming junk as well done on this. Okay, we got something on the skills. Farming. Ooh, cool. So, I got that one, so... What's this? Oh yeah, we're taking that. Farming master, farming skill rider, we're going for that one. There. Now let's save this and we'll hand in that quest and we'll buy that junk as well. That's that. Right, that away. Yeah, where are we going with that one? Yeah, that's back in Gostovia. Right, let's go. Oh, hang on. Yeah, just in case we run into any trouble. That's why I've been using it for trees. It's just for defense for the time being. We can get a mine up and running. Or at least get to raid one. I'll have to look for a mine. I think when I was hunting here, I think I've seen mines. Where did I see it? I'm nearly sure it was around this region here, where that bear is. Yeah, I had to get out real quick because of the bear. I'm nearly oh, sugar. Of course there's a cave there, there's a bear. Getting him out of there is impossible, actually, without a crossbow. Or a lot of luck. Yeah, it's a good bit away from the main town, but it was the most decent place to build. By a long shot. This is not too bad either, but you know, you see it's starting to go upwards there. It's not the worst. This ground is okay. The way it goes here for crop fields, but for building houses, no, because of the ladders on the front. Yeah, not great. Cool. Can't stop yawning, it's the humidity. chat. Patience. Big slope. If you're building a lot of houses and they're going upwards, you'll definitely see the difference. Now we're going to Boar country here, are we? They're the best trees to get forward from those guys. About a bit far away from camp. Oh, hang on. Oh, my back. Usually I would have found some kind of silly crossbow by now. Oh, God knows we need it. Right, we got our creative rye. There's one thing about this game. You use the left analog stick to control, you know, your character and push forward, obviously. But it's the same stick to sprint, and you've got to push down on it. So pushing down on it, you know, and using it like that, and for controls as well, is very, very hard on my wrist. Oh, where is she? Hopefully she'll not come back tomorrow. There she is. Let's see if we can get our fertilizer here as well. Here, come here, you. Let me check my list. Everlasting youth, poor peace, extinction of mosquitoes. Right, yes. Here you go. Here you go. You do know. Ah.
What would you all do without me, you thirsty bastards?
Okay, it was a joke. Okay, I see. Did you find any problems on the way? None. A few, but nothing a big time. Okay, none. Well, you do look like someone who attracts trouble. Tell me about it. Did you just call me ugly? Yes, I did. I accept your apology. Here's your payment. Blah, blah, blah. That's it. Done. People management. In order to maintain a thriving settlement, inhabitants need to provide for their small community by working. Villagers can be given a job, I know that, by assigning them to a specific building. Blah blah blah, 18 years, blah blah blah, self-management tab. When workplaces are finally occupied, production can be distributed into buildings. Yeah, pretty familiar with that. By selecting blah 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 blah. Yeah, so this is the kind of tutorial story, really, isn't it? There. Oh yeah, we gotta go buy that junk, don't we? Let's see what you've got anyway.
How is life treating you? Only the best.
Blah 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 blah. Beetroot, we don't need that. Fuck it. Cabbage. Oh, we need carrot, don't we? What was the other stuff? Think about wheat as well. Isn't it? Oh, that's all she has. Don't know what she was doing with the carrots. Ah, that's about it. Oh, it's carrot seed I want. Why did I buy the carrots? Okay. That was a waste of money, wasn't it? Yeah, it's the seed we're looking for. We're looking for the seed.
Hello there.
The bag is expensive, isn't it? Beetroot seed. Okay, cabbage seed. Carrot seed. This is the guy we needed. Now, let me see. I want carrot, wheat, and cabbage. I only need one, I know, but I'll get them anyway.
How do you do?
Wheat and cabbage.
Want to see my wares?
Carrot. Oh, come on. And cabbage. Where's that cabbage? And then we need... not manure, we need fertilizer. What was it? Carrot seed? Cabbage seed. 15. And now for the big one. What's it called? A, B, C, D, E, F. Let me see. We need every single bit of that, actually. And then some. And we'll barely carry it back, I'd say. Have we got anything to sell this guy? Okay.
Have a good day.
Chapter 1. Grub up a field 0 of 1. Fertilize the field 0. Already done that. I'll have to make another little piece for that. We're pretty heavy. Let's have a look here. Okay, we'll try and stagger home with this. Oh, hi Bones, and thanks for the raid. Appreciate it, and welcome raiders. And how have you been, Bones? How have you been keeping? Yeah, it's a long way back. We've got a lot to carry. But I played this a while back during the Oxbow map, so I still had 3 achievements to come in to get. So this is the story mode. You know, the original game. Kind of huge tutorial. Now we're going back here. We're doing a large village. Where is it again? I already built a pretty big one on the Oxbow map. Where are we going? Okay, we're on. There it is. That's where we're going there. Kind of starting, and then we'll eventually move out. But for this one, for this playthrough on this map, yeah, I hadn't got it when I was on the other one, but I had a little DLC, and it's got new plants and the hedges and, you know, decorations. Not a ton, but enough, you know. It's gonna take me a while to get here. Hi, Doubleman. Thanks for following. I appreciate it. And welcome. Here, let me just save this for a moment. There. I did one on the last playthrough a few months ago. Where is it? It's actually on this save file here. I didn't overwrite it because I didn't Haven't uploaded yet. There it is there. I'll quickly show you this one if you haven't seen it before, and then we'll move back to this one. That's load, isn't it? Yeah. On this you can go into camera mode and we can kind of zoom up. That's pretty decent. But this is an impressive little indie game. So, what were you streaming, Bones? And thanks for following, Chris. Appreciate it, and welcome. I hope you guys have been well. This one is huge. This was really fun to build. Yeah. I did my first playthrough on the Oxbow map because I wanted to get into the building without the story straight away. Plus, I didn't know what I was doing, so I needed to get over that learning curve. But there's 3 achievements you can only get out on the Valley map, and I've always wanted to play that, so I finally got around to doing it. Just working on the 3 achievements and building here as well. Yeah, this game is pretty decent. One of the best indies I've seen in a while. I'm very impressed with the NPC thing they've done on this. It's not something that you would see on, these kind of games. I think they did an awesome job. Oblivion while I listen. No problem. Yeah, we did a playthrough on the Oxbow. And we built a town there. Yeah, this is what we built on the Oxbow. But this was before I had the DLC. I've got some more decorating stuff now, so it should be fun. On the DLC one you can, build trees and that. Strangely enough, the second I ended this playthrough and moved to, I think it was Cyberpunk, they came out with the DLC. I was raging. And this is my little house here.
Look at all these yellow leaves. They're everywhere.
I'm gonna make it into camera mode here. Maybe see it a little bit better from here. How did we do this again? Oh yeah, it's here. Isn't it? It is full mode. Yeah, this is a biggie. There's a pretty large orchard right in the center. And all of the animals and stuff are just up the other side. The fence was nasty getting that in. And this one I called, well, the English translation of this is Far From Home. It was really fun. It was really fun. These are 7x7. I like the odd number so I can center an entrance on this. So you've got them all feeding into each other. And this is when I first discovered, well, this and the bridge actually. I was making the bridge here. And these guys were having kids, you know, you see the little toddlers, you know, going around. But I just completed this bridge. And this toddler was waddling across. And he got to about here. This was before the fencing was up. So I took out a piece of the fence. I thought to see something like Fallout 4, you know. And the second I did, he just turned around, walked off the side of the bridge and crossed the river that way there. And that really stunned me. So then I did a few tests. I didn't even know how unbuggy and unglitchy the NPCs were. Like, let's say, the horse, for instance. Where is that horse? There he is. Yeah, watch this. Seamlessly. I could do this all day. You know the building on Fallout 4? Yeah, they're not too bad on the original settlements, but when you make, you know, any new additions, they'll walk into walls, they'll moonwalk off ledges, spawn on top of the house, beneath the house, beside the house. Ridiculous. And this is a so-called, you know, AAA company. It got to the stage where I thought doing the NPC padding must be really, really hard thing to do. But these guys did it no problem, and if they can, you know, other companies can. But, you know, why bother, I suppose. They'll keep selling that slop and people will keep buying it. Gotcha. Yeah, that is something to behold. Yeah. My expectations for, let's say, padding with NPCs have always been low. Mostly played BGS games. But, it goes to show you too, doesn't it? It's kind of sickening. You know, having that kind of padding would save a lot of bugs as well on a BGS game. Yeah, gotta love Toad. Yeah, just get something to drink, guys. But this is about as far as I wanted to push the game. You know, any more than this and I'd probably start losing items. But it can, yeah, it can take a lot of abuse. So I punched in as much detail as I could, but you know, you're gonna repeat yourself a lot, you know, because there's just limited stuff. They need more bric-a-brac, you know. They definitely need more bric-a-brac. So, you know, the usual: beehives, goats, cows, pigs, sheep, horses, donkeys, all that stuff. And lots of haystacks. I'm not sure. I did it over the playthrough, and then when I had some time off, kind of getting bored, I'd come in here and do a little bit of decorating. And then when I was streaming, mostly doing the quests and stuff. But I would say it probably took ages. Yeah. When I line up the houses, I would line it up to the fields. You know, it's nice to be able to line it to the original roads. The problem with that is when you get the fields in, it looks really horrible. So I'd always, you know, kind of line it up to that. keep it back from the road, and then, you know, once you cut in with a wall or a fence, it doesn't really matter about the shape on the back, it looks really natural. But if you miss with the crop fields, it looks horrible. Especially from an aerial view, like this here. This is what it looks like from the map. You see what I mean? That took a long time to do. Now you could run a straight line road going all the way there, right to the end, but half of it might be a little bit staggered. You would have to destroy that and then compensate for it. So that's like 3 together, I'd say. And that's about as neat as I could get it, without going absolutely crazy. Stables, that kind of junk. And you know the story with these, you just try and plop them on the table. Once you get them on, you can kind of move them a little bit. But it was awkward enough, but it wasn't too bad because I used to do similar stuff on Oblivion. You remember that one? Yeah, the original one, trying to get junk on the tables. But this probably took ages. Now, after closing this hole in perfectly with the fence, I came up against a little problem. And I was down here at the river. Until it dawned on me to use a bridge to close it in. Yeah, after closing all of this in, nice and neat. Where is it? It's not that one. Yeah. You see, this is where it ended up. So when I got this in, I was pretty lucky. It came nice and tight. And then just threw in a few fish nets there to close it off. So when I closed in nice and neat. And I think this is where the geese are. Yep. There's a humongous... This looks a lot better in spring, obviously, when everything is blooming. There's a humongous amount of stuff coming from here. Oh yeah, there's another one of these down here. This guy is pretty tired. You'd want to be careful with the lighting in this. I would only use those lamps, let's say, if I could partially hide them against a tree. They look kind of horrible if you set them out, you know. The odd one here and there is not too bad. Those, I'm guessing, are pretty hard on the game, so I was pretty light with those.
I remember the times when there was
Oh, hang on. What happened there?
stumble and
There.
a few molehills.
No. But as I said, yeah, it looks better in the spring. Everything is nice and colourful. And there it is. Yeah, it's maybe a tiny bit big. Just a fraction on the small side. Or the big side, I mean. Yeah, because up at the bridge there obviously had to go out with a road. So that's it. That was my oxbow base. You don't really need the fencing. You know, I don't think I'll go with the fencing on the next one, but you know, I wanted to try it. The irony is the fencing on the one I'm doing now would be really, really easy compared to this. This one was, yeah, a bit of a challenge, alright. Especially with ground levels. And that's it, guys. You're probably familiar with this area. I got here was just a bridge and a road. But yeah, a really nice area. The waterfall. Well, the mine was an absolute bonus as well, but you know, not a big thing really. But a waterfall was the one. Not so lucky on the other map. You know, got a decent building place. But now that we can, you know, do our own trees, and I think there's a couple of small little ponds as well, we should be able to do something. Maybe a little less on the NPCs and the houses this time, and more of a kind of a spread out look, I'd say. Oh, well, thank you, Bones. Right, let's get back. I'll make sure I load it. Yeah, that's load game. How many times did we, let's say, want to keep a certain save, and we thought we were, you know, saving or loading it, and then we put an old save over it. Yeah, but this game will definitely give you something to do. Here we go. What are we doing? Oh yeah, that stupid thing. Even though we've already done it. I can make a tiny field if we do that. And then we can destroy it. Where are we going? Yeah, I kind of figured out where we're going now. Back to our little base. Here, well basically this is just a work camp. I'll be getting rid of that later. If I start building these in there now, I'll just be moving them and moving them. So all of that will be destroyed, and there's a forest there that will go. But I didn't take the stumps, so they'll grow back in a couple of years. So I want to start from here. The reason I left these little bits out, I'll still get the sticks going around. I need that as a marker. I prefer to do it that way. So I would like to get maybe 10 here. I don't know if I could do it. Might. At a minimum 8. I'll definitely get 8. We could center it out from there, but that one is roughly center. I'll check it a little later. Once I get the fields in, I'll know. But I'm not sure we could manage with another... maybe. Manage with another house there. We'll definitely fit one there. Once I get those in, you know, enough for there, well, I have to do barns and warehouses. But once I get the tech going, you know, especially for the warehouse, they'll be able to reach it from further away. That's always the problem. But this time I'll start bringing in, you know, just a few settlers very soon. And kind of work around them. Oh, we have a lot of fertilizer we're making our way back with. Yeah, I don't want to build a barn yet. That's anyway, I'm working on diplomacy, so... would help a little bit, I'd say. We're still a good bit away. Yeah, I won't have to take our time with this guy. I think I got rid of any wolves were around. At least I hope I did. No. Not today, bunny rabbit. What's that quest we have up? Oh, that guy's story. Yeah, we'll get to that. Let's see if we can do. I don't see any message boards, notice boards actually. I'll have to come in later and see. Oh, the other map had a ton of them. But this game will make you pretty tired. I think it's the music. It's too relaxing. That with the humidity here. I'll definitely knock you out pretty quickly. Not a bad spot, but you know, when you're building here, the problem is as you're going uphill, even at the slightest incline. Let's say when you're putting your houses down, because of the stairs in the front, you know, each time you move a house up, the stairs gets larger and larger. It looks really bad. You want something really, really, really flat, you know. Can't sleep. Well, I could sleep about now, I'd say. I think I haven't been getting a ton of sleep. I think about 4 hours today. It would let that guy get his stamina back. Sometimes if you know, you're finding it hard to sleep, let's say you're better off staying up and then, you know, not letting yourself sleep in the day and getting back to the normal time. You'd be exhausted. You know, do that a few times and you'd get back into it if you're not going too far. Too hot. It's not too hot here. It's not cold either, but it's, you know, it's pretty decent. Yeah, you might as well keep playing. Absolutely. Yeah, we're really overloaded. But the only complaint I have about this game is the directional buttons. Well, obviously, you know, you'd use the left stick for this. But sprint is also on that stick, so, you know, when you're moving forward or going to the side and that, and you're sprinting, you have to hold it down as well. That's pretty hard on your thumb and especially on your wrist. Had the heating on high. Maybe turn it down a tad. We'll get a bit more done. I've done my normal time of 4 hours, but I always try and push for another hour or two. We'll see how it goes. The disc in my neck has been giving me a lot of trouble lately. I hope it's just temporary. Almost 26. I don't know what it is here, to be honest. Yeah, but it's I wouldn't call it warm, but there is humidity. There's always humidity. Always. We'll get rid of this quite quick when we get here. So we'll try and get that thing grub up a field. I'll have to make a small one for that. Fertilize the field. We'll do that with the other one. Plough the field with the other one. So, yep. Just do one little patch for that, then I can get rid of it. I bet you're gonna force me to, excuse me, to build a barn. Where is this? There it is. My God, this is hard on my wrist. Yeah, I could do with a horse about now. Now, what would really make this would be if, you know, you got to a certain level. You know, like where it's so hard to get the mill, the windmill, and a tavern. If you could have your own little carriage guy here, you know, you could kind of go for free. That would be handy. Now, okay. Right, let's save this. That's what I'm looking for. Now I just need one of these there. Okay, let's get that junk I need. And then we'll get rid of that one. Oh, sugar, do you know what I didn't get? A bag. Yeah, this one is going to give out shortly. Oh, we'll do everything we can anyway. We'll get the bag later. We'll need it till the seeding. So this is to grub the field. I've already grubbed those, so grub. Only 10% left on the bag. That's that. So we got that one. Now, I'll just get rid of you for a moment. Right. Now, what do we do? Fertilize the field and plow the field and sow the field. I'll use most of the fertilizer on this, and then I'll do another little patch for the other one. Hang on, we'll be better off to get rid of it here, I suppose. Yeah, and waste one seed. Why not? Yeah, just to get it over and done with. And what are we going to do now? Plough the field and sow the field. What will we use? Oh, anything really, Well, we're still in summer, so it'll probably be cabbage, wouldn't it? Oh yeah, it's gonna be cabbage. Done. You can quickly preview your field stage, blah 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 blah, management, blah 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 blah. That's it. Now let's get rid of that. Resourceful, let's construct build. I knew they were going to hit me for a barn. We'll do that later. Now, just for the time being, let's get rid of this here. Hang on. Yeah, there. Now, I still have this here because I've got plans here. I just need that as a marker. And as I said, I left this one out so I could keep this for the time being. Now, the bag will go pretty shortly, but we'll do our best with it. I better get these out of the way, I suppose. Okay. Sugar. Let me get rid of that again. There. Now. Well, we'll definitely help our farming skills anyway. I'd say we'll need somebody else. We need to buy more of this junk. Yeah, there's the bag. It's gone. The bag is history. Okay, we're gonna have to bite the bullet and pay for one of these. Oh, that's a pity. Who would have a bag? Here, let's see what we can dump here before we go back. Oh, it's all cabbage anyway, isn't it? So I put everything away except the cabbage. What do we need for this? Let's say it was again 7, 14, 21, 28, 25, 7, 14, 28, 35, 47, 47, so that's 200 less 12 and 88, that's for 180, 184 with what I have as well, so 170 for the 14 I have, unless I've got some more out here, so about 170. I doubt this guy would have it, but I need that. Yeah, I suppose we'll grow as much as we can in this one as well. Down here we can sell it later. We need as much farming experience as we can get. Come on, you can do it. Yeah, I want to dump this junk here as well. Oh, we've got a village pretty close to us. I think he's got a lot of junk. put the fertilizer in there for a minute. I can. Yeah, we just get it in there so we can move around. What do we have in fertilizer? 136. 36. Well, probably won't have enough anyway, so. Oh, my neck is killing me. See if we can get another hour out in this, guys. I'm on for, what, 4 hours and 10 minutes? Yeah, I'll see if I can make it to 5. Usually I can get 6 or 7 in this, but I've been iffy this week or so. Very, very iffy. There. Do that trap before we leave. Yeah, until I get the rest of the stuff up, it's always going to be a problem maneuvering this. I need for that 2 stone, isn't it? What's that one? 2 stick and 2 stone, that's easy enough. Oh, hang on, it's the other one, of course it is. It's the rat trap. That's even easier, 3 stick. Yeah, we'll be taking these eventually anyway. I just got a little head start on them. Well, it's too late anyway to go shopping, I'd say. Right, okay. The beauty of this is why you can dump that junk on the ground. I've never seen it despawn, which makes it handy for decorating as well. About time. Okay. There we go. What do we need? We need an absolute ton of that's 170 and cabbage seed. I don't think we'll get it all anyway. As much as we could possibly get. What was the fertilizer again? I could do it another 70 or more. Now, what time is it? Nah, 9 PM would never Probably in bed. Okay, we'll sleep, I'd say. And then we'll head out first thing in the morning. I think we've only got one more day after this before the season ends. One or two. Yeah, I put up the season to the max on the second day. I'm doing this when I get a little bit more organised. But to be honest, you can put it up to the max, and after 3 days, even though you have it at the max, you can fast forward to another season. You're probably better off leaving it on that in case you get stuck on some quest. Okay. We need a ton of cabbage seed. Yeah, the second I get anything from those, I'll just scrap them. I'll look at time, before my next 2 streams, I'll get some junk and have it stored to make this easier. Oh, still haven't a clue what I'm going to do on that. And I'll have a look at the decorating pieces later and see. Well, the main Tana's got a ton of cabbage seed as well, but let's see.
How are
this
you?
lady.
Can I interest you in
No, she doesn't have 0. She is potions. She's got all the junk there that I give her, all right. Now,
Have a
where's
good
the other
day.
guy? There he is.
What can I do? Only goods of the highest quality.
Oh, that's what we need. The bag. Okay, we'll have to bite the bullet with these bags. What's my cash like? I can't see my cash. Where is it? Not a ton, to be honest. That will take a lot. But I need them. Okay. That was painful. Do I need 148? Of course I do. And then some. Oh, that's it. We're gone. That's it until we can get some money. Had this guy any fertilizer? Yeah, he had a ton of fertilizer. Okay, we're broke, guys.
Are you?
That's
I'm
the
not superstitious.
stupid bags.
A little stitious.
Right, let's get back. Somebody's going to be buying a lot of cabbage next season. Oh, sorry, the season after. Yeah, coming into the winter, isn't it?
Every village.
Yeah, they're going to be set with some cabbage, I'd say. Now, we'll do the main fields first, of course. And then if I've got enough, I'll do these fields, and then when they come to fruition, we'll just harvest them and get rid of them. Not losing anything anyway. But in the line of animals, I'd say piggies should be our top priority. Whenever we get to that stage. Oh, hang on. All the other stuff is back here. Yeah, fertilizer is back here. We'll have to do this in stages, I would say. Oh no, we can take it all. That is cool. Yeah, we can take it all. Fencing might be a problem here too. Can't stop yawning. But at least we'll get this up and running, I'd say. What we got left about, what is it, about 3 silver? 5. But I have a ton of berries, a couple of, oh, thousands of berries. But no way of, you know, converting the rot without making the barn. I'll probably have to get to it. Build it down the other side, just a stage 1 barn. Yeah, here it is. Okay. Let's do this. Right. Yeah, I want these as a marker. That's why I've left that entrance like that. I'll do it later. But it's a long job doing it by yourself, but the only way to get the XP we need, we have a ton of farming junk to unlock. And of course we'll be getting lighter as we're doing this. Okay, that's 1. You'd want to be really in the mood for this. Maybe when you get mowing first, but let me stand for a moment, guys. My legs are cramping up. But when I do this, I'll be out of view of my It's 10%. What's 10%? Sorry, I missed that one, Terry. Yeah, I get it quite a lot. My blood flow is not the greatest lately. I'm on a medication to kind of thin my blood so it doesn't clot because of the high blood pressure. But sciatica as well will give you pains in your legs that, it's very, very similar to cramps. But every so often I've got to stand up, sometimes for quite some time. Yeah, well, sciatica would be, damage to usually one of your discs. You'd be surprised how many times that's undiagnosed, you know. And you don't have to have an accident or fall. It can be just normal wear and tear. Especially if, when you were younger, you were pretty active. Maybe your job was, pretty physical. Or you can get it from sports, or, genetics has, I suppose, a little bit got to do with it. Not that much. Yeah. Well, if you are getting it checked out, let's say, the bone structure in your spinal cord, they'll try and pawn you off with a kind of a partial MRI. Usually they wouldn't even do it until you had pain from a certain area. What they'll probably do with you, if you've got the cramps in your legs, so just, do an MRI on your legs, and then they'll come back in something else, and then they'll come back, it'll be going on forever. You're better off, insist on getting the head to toe MRI. If there's anything there, they'll find it. Plus, it's always nice to get as well, too, you know what I mean? Just get the whole thing. And I'll tell you, it works out way cheaper because you'll be in and out maybe twice or 3 times, before they're happy. So you're better off going for that. Okay, back to lurking, no problem. And thanks for lurking. Terry, have a good one. But let's say my problem manifested with a pain in my hip, tiny pain. Oh, absolutely, yeah. But they've got a certain amount of, how could I put it? Tons of room for error. That's why, when you go to a doc, even if there is something wrong, they'll never really comment. You're always the last to know until all the stuff comes back. Yeah, they're pretty up to that now. But, remember your doc, that's all he is. He's basically triage. He's there to give you your shots and all of that stuff. When it comes to anything like that, you really need a specialist. The doc is just there to see if it warrants it. And if he wasn't there, really, everyone would be, clamoring for that. But they're not infallible. You'll meet some docs and they think they know it all. You'll go in with some pains or whatever the case. You're good. Watch a YouTube video or, walk it off kind of thing. But my sister, she passed away about 7 years ago, I think it was. And she had a tiny kind of rough skin patch on her scalp. And she went to her doc. And the doc said, female doc. It's good, it's harmless, there's nothing up there. What you're doing, after showering, you're drying your hair, just use a rough towel and, it'll eventually dry up and just, peel away. This is going on for months and months and months and months, and it was only getting bigger. So eventually she decided to go back to her GP. But her GP was on holiday, so there was a local in. So basically a kind of, guys that kind of do the replacement. And the second he's seen it, he booked her in for a specialist. She had a very, very rare type of cancer. And about 9 to 10 weeks Later, she passed away. So if she was diagnosed in time, those 4 or 5 months, that she thought she was okay, that was critical. But it was the most aggressive thing I've ever seen. It petrified her skin, harder than a rock. Unbelievable. So don't ever, trust your GP. If you think there's something wrong, push to see a specialist. If you have, a pain or a problem, always get the full MRI, because my damage was, the nape of my neck, although the pain manifested in my hip. So, they were all looking at my hip, obviously. I know what they were looking for. They were looking for a tumour. But that came out back all clear, and then the MRI at my lower back, then something else. So then I pushed for the full MRI scan, and eventually got it, and they found it in my neck. So you're better off, basically, doing that. Or if you're in pain, and your GP is saying you're okay, Now he could be right, obviously, but they can be wrong as well. So if you're worried about it, definitely see, a specialist. There's no other way. In some cases, for other stuff, the tests are pretty simple, Usually a blood sample or something like that, but unless you specifically tell them to check, they don't seem to be too bothered. Okay, right. Let's see how much of this we can get done. I would obviously run out of fertilizer shortly, and we don't have any money, so yeah, this would be good. It's a good start. Now with enough NPCs in here, this will be all automatic after a while. Yeah. Some things can be, pretty aggressive, and the sooner you kind of get to it, I'm definitely not trying to worry you. 99 times out of 100, it's just something simple, But if something persists, I would say, people who fall victim to those things, 70-80% of them, if they were diagnosed in time, would have made it, But as guys, we're not really, you have to drag us to something like that. But yeah, if you're in enough pain, it's a different story. But yeah, your doc, your GP is not a specialist, he's just there to assess it and, you know, to make an appointment and everything should warrant it. As I said, they're not always right. But then again, they're not specialists, so. There, that's all our fertilizer gone. And we are broke. Ah, who knows? Let me see what we got anyway. Oh yeah, we have to do the seeding. We have a ton of stuff to do. Maybe we only needed one bag, but we couldn't chance it. We need a bag anyway. Yeah, more is. Think of it as triage. You know, let's say, you know, let's say the Battle of Waterloo and you know, a lot of the older wars. You know, casualties would come in, and you know, they'd have guys there, let's say, that would, you know, the guys then knew that we're going to make it. You know, they'd waste their time and energy on those, and they'd have them in one section, and the guys, you know, they knew, let's say, that had a very bad chance of making it, that, you know, wouldn't spend so... I know it's horrible, but that's the way it was. You know, the people that had the best chance, you know. But, you know, if they weren't doing that role, you know, everyone with a pain would, you know, demand to see a specialist, and that would be impossible. They'd have a fairly good general knowledge about everything, but it's like jack of all trades kind of thing. Mostly for, you know, shots and stuff like that, and, you know, the types of medication you would need and that. But apparently in all of the medical roles, let's say for, you know, training and studies and qualification, GP would be the easiest one. I had a GP before. He was a great guy, but he failed his exam, I think 6 times, and eventually passed it. He passed away about 10 years ago. But yeah, he was a great guy. And another guy as well, but he was the most eccentric GP I've ever seen. But again, yeah, great guy. But there was a local shopping centre here. It'd be like, you know, our version of Walmart or that. But he went shopping there one day, barefoot, and got trespassed and banned from the store. He was definitely eccentric, all right. But a nice enough guy. He had a kind of Einstein hairstyle, you know, that kind of massive fluffy hairstyle with the heavy moustache as well. But not grey, you know. Well, kind of, a bit on the sides. Oh yeah, yeah. Even those times, in the right conditions, and they had a great chance of saving that leg. But, you know, let's face it, in the battlefield, you know, even if you took the time and energy to try to ship them somewhere, you know, gangrene would set in, you know, the tissue would die, and so they would just cut. Horrible, isn't it? But with those kind of horrific injuries and those kind of extreme procedures, which needed to be done, probably the most horrific and the most terrible of tragedies would have been the, you know, the U.S. Civil War. You know, that was horrible. That would have been musket balls that damaged those things done. You know, 50 to 60, maybe even a century before that, it would have been cannon grape shot and stuff like that. Yeah, basically, yeah. Yeah. Well, they did their best, but not by our standards. During during the European wars, I'm not sure if it was Waterloo. I don't think it was. It might have been Crimea. You know, you had Florence Nightingale. They called her Lady of the Lamp. There was no real nursing that time either. No, she would have been probably one of the pioneers of that. But strange enough, medieval times was pretty interesting. They were very adventurous when it came to trying new things. In France, for instance, I think it was in the 15th or 16th century, and there was a large hospital there, and they would use dogs. And only now they're starting to consider it, you know. They would use dogs to diagnose certain conditions, you know, especially infections and STDs and stuff. You know, they would train a dog, you know, dog sense of smell. And they were right, probably 99 times out of 100, you know. Now we're using them obviously for drug sniffing and other things. But I've seen a documentary where they're training dogs to track down cancer, you know. Yeah. But they did that, I think, in the 15th century in France. And it's only very lately that they're considered looking into it now. Yeah. Now, what were we doing? Oh, we're doing this one here. If my memory serves me well, I think it was the French too that did boil sterilization. There was a massive epidemic of infant mortality, I think, in France. And there was a guy, I think his name was it Louis or Henry Pasteur? He tracked the contamination down to a water fountain. And then he came up with the idea of boiling it. It's so simple too. And that's why they call it pasteurization. Oh, cruel, wasn't it? Yeah. Then they upgraded to the paper shot, didn't they? That would have been somewhere in the middle to late 18th. It was the paper shot. But we're great for making headway, let's say, when it comes to weapons. Not so much when it comes to, you know, the good stuff. Unbelievable. Well, you know, after that shot, you know, the trauma and shock, you probably wouldn't feel it, you know. You'd just go into shock. You can only imagine the damage. You know, now if you get pew-pewed, I think they call it, isn't it? You know, it's relatively clean compared to that. And if you don't hit anything too vital, you know, you have a good chance of, you know, making a really good recovery. But with that, oh my, yeah, not great. Oh, it needs sticks as well, does it? Okay. I think I've got sticks here somewhere. That's planks apparently then. 1400 stick. 24 stick. It's more like it. There, we'll make 4 of them. But the Romans were pretty nifty too. They were doing cataract treatments. They had a kind of copper syringe, you know, the suction and all of that stuff. They were pretty advanced. The tools they use today would be still basically the same design, you know, improved upon a little bit, but not as much as you might think. You know, they were doing skull plates as well, let's say, for injuries. The reason that kind of pushed that forward is, you know, their soldiers were very, very valuable. About history, it's fascinating, isn't it? Yeah. You know, decades to train these guys, but they were not only soldiers, let's say, you know, highly qualified soldiers, very hard to replace, but in peacetime, you know, they were always considered maybe they might be a threat, so they kept them really busy. And they were also magnificent engineers. You know, all of the buildings, the aqueducts and all of that. You know. And then obviously when war came, you know, they were doing that. So they were highly valuable. And then of course you had the plague. We're still finding bodies here from time to time from that. Although there was quite a few. Best known would be the... Well, it started off with the bubonic, didn't it? It was spread by ticks. And then it mutated. Then you had pneumonic where, you know, it was like a cold, you could get about someone coughing. Yeah, they did some good things. Yeah. Arthur Guinness was born. Strange guy Guinness, wasn't he? Yeah, I'm kind of familiar with his story. Yeah, but even the Romans knew, let's say after a while, that using lead in their systems, they used a lot of lead. But when people started going kind of crazy, yeah, they needed just a tiniest, you know, slope. You know, even with a foot or two, they could carry an aqueduct for, you know, 50, 100 miles. It was absolutely amazing, the precision. And the underfloor heating, you know, aqueducts, cisterns, yeah, go on forever. And of course there's spas. A lot of them in Britain. No, we'll get some time for this, but it still has to be done. We're kind of racing against the end of the season. Yeah, we're gonna get this crop in. And we'll get a bit of XP from it as well, we're not too bad. Oh, absolutely, yeah. But like all empires, it was doomed. Too big, too hard to control. Of course, crazy emperors are Caesars didn't help. And the usual corruption in politics, they had it in spades. And the Senate was living in a bubble as its territories were abused by, governors and that to line their own pockets. But when they did start to fall, the vultures, yeah, they really did, they did circle. And when they fell, then the Vikings kind of filled a void. Brilliant individual warriors, like the cows, but they had exactly the same weakness as the cows. That's the way they like to do it. Didn't work as a team, always this individual thing. Almost zero siege warfare as well. But unbelievable sailors. But they ruled with unbelievable horror, really. Let's say they did keep slaves, and they even put the Spartans to shame. They were brutal. The last of the Vikings here, I think, were beaten out. I think it was Brian Boru, wasn't it? A bit around Tala, around Dublin, I think. But why that battle? That sticks in my memory. Yeah, it was a kind of, an individual glory thing. Not well organized. Definitely not like the Greeks. That's another reason too. Let's say the Romans, they started off from, just being shepherds in a small island to leading the biggest, if not one of the biggest empires the world have ever seen. They weren't shy about adopting stuff from other cultures. If they eventually managed to beat someone by sheer numbers, they would adopt their tactics and their weapons and even their religions. Yeah, they had more gods than shake a stick at. But some great minds too. They were heavily influenced by the Greeks. But at the same time, they were the Greeks' demise. Was it Aristotle? Was it, or was it Plato? When he was quite old, it was one of them anyway. One of the great orators. He was walking down the street, I think in Athens, got into an argument with two Roman soldiers and they beat him to death. I forget which one. Plato, was it? Yeah, Plato. A great loss. They had a system as well where I think near the end of the Roman Empire, I think 80% or more would have not been Italians. They would have earned citizenship through, membership in the Legion. Plato. No, yeah, that was his, as far as I know. But another reason they were successful, let's say, compared to the folly of the First World War when soldiers were told to walk slowly towards the machine gun nests. Oh my god. By generals who never seen a day in a battlefield in their life because of their title or who they knew or the position. You know, they got those vital roles, let's say, you know, and they weren't qualified. It was different in a Roman legion. You know, you rose in rank due to your ability. Didn't matter who you were, where you were from. Obviously, you'd have to follow the rules. That made them successful as well. Not much incompetence there. Yeah. You could buy titles, obviously. I think we got it, guys. What time is it? We'll try and do some of the seeding, because we're getting very close to season's end. We still have some daylight, so it's not too bad. Now all we've got, obviously, is cabbage, so we'll make the best of it. But Hadrian's Wall, did you ever see that? That's pretty. There's not much of it left now. It's pretty interesting. But just a novel way, I suppose. That would have been keeping out the pigs, wasn't it, at the time? Yeah. They were pretty much stopped dead there before the fall of the Empire. That would have been Hadrian's Wall. But as great soldiers, you know, that they were very superstitious. Yeah. I do know, let's say, that they were terrified of the cows and the pigs. You know, the blue dye, the woad. It was called woad, they used that. But the cows would fight naked. Personally, I'd like some armor, to be honest. Naked with blue dye. You know the old thing, if you die, you'll go to Valhalla or, you know, some paradise somewhere. Oh, they would have found tons of stuff like that. Yeah. We're finding bodies here from millennia ago. The last one that I seen was it was preserved in a peat bog, but it would have been ritually sacrificed probably around the Iron Age. So, yeah, not a big thing. Yeah, they're finding bodies here. You know, if it's not 500 years or more, it's it's pretty fresh. You know. Yeah. They always. A friend of mine was digging for foundations, and I think a skull came up. So he called the cops, obviously, and the cops were there for a while. But then some forensic archaeologists come out, and then some guys from a museum. But apparently it was a mass grave or something during the famine. But that wasn't too long ago, by our standards. So that would have been the 1860s. So you're talking about century and a half or so. But still, must be pretty terrifying to be digging and, you know, find a human skull. I can only imagine. No. But yeah, they would fight naked with that woad, that blue thing. But I heard it really unnerved the Romans. Yeah, it's always been called a famine. But a famine means that there was no food. There was tons of food. There was 3 times more food than the population needed. But that was shipped off for sale. Yeah. There's a name for it in Gaelic, if I can remember it. But I think the English translation is something like the Dark Times or something like that. No. Just that crop. Just that one crop. Doberman, nothing else. There was tons of wheat, barley, meat, sheep, beef, all of that stuff. But where's the profit in that? You know? That was used, let's say, well, I've heard all of the arguments. You know, people would say, well, you know, why didn't they fish from the sea? Which seemed like a good idea. But for the 4 or 5 decades before, the fishing industries were decimated. There was no fishing plants, salting barrels, salting factories, anything like that. That was wound down by the British because it was in competition with the British fishing industry. Sort of wound that one down. Now, sure, and the people, you know, by the shore, you know, they were okay. But even if, you know, everyone, you know, even if they could pull out enough to feed the people, there was no way it would have, you know, going rotten. You're talking about the 1800s there. So that was a no-go, you know. But millions of deaths and much more, let's say, in immigration. At that time, the population was about 8.5 million, I think. And today, I think it's about half of that. You know, that's what, over a century and a half, and that's with a massive influx of new people as well. But 8.5 million, I can only imagine how, you know, sounds very crowded to me. Yeah, there was a blight. It was the early 60s. The year after, then it kind of, you know, went off a little bit and came back, and there was new versions of it as well. Well, the first blight, let's say, you know, everyone sold all of the stuff they had. They thought, well, it's a one-time thing, you know. They would pawn it or whatever the case may be, and that would have kept them going through the year. Lots of these people would have been the fishermen I was talking about, you know, their nets and all of their stuff, and then when it happened the second year, they were pretty much buggered then, you know. But a perfect storm. But when it happened, there was obviously the international community. Even then, they sent a lot of food, but that was stopped from coming in. Nobody could get it. Lots of stuff from the US as well. But eventually, I think it was Peel, Prime Minister Peel. He would have been Tory. Probably being most famous for he would have been the guy who started off the police force in the UK. If you were ever living, let's say, in London, they'd have a nickname on the police force, and they'd call them the Peelers. So that would have been after him, I suppose. But he was very, there was a kind of thinking in that time, you know. You know, if something bad happened to you, it's your fault. You know, the old pull yourself up by the bootstraps kind of thing. Yeah, and that kind of stuff. But it might have been, you know, much darker as well. He did say some pretty nasty things. And so did Jonathan Swift. Again, he was primate then, religious figure. But again, he would be probably most noted for being an author. He would have written that Gulliver's Travels. He said some nasty things. He said, what was it? That we could, if we had kids, you know, pre-teens and, you know, whatever, we could sell them to hunters for sport, and newborn babies, you know, have some tender meat. But he suffered a massive backlash, you know, even from his own community. They were disgusted. And then obviously he gaslighted and backpedaled. He said, oh no, I didn't mean it literally. You know, that was, you know, just to shake them out of their stupor, you know, to wake them up, you know, to frighten them. be shaken out of what? And there's no food, you have no money, you can't get off the island, and you know, you're basically a serf, a slave. You probably couldn't anyway because you were probably sold into servitude. You know, when Christianity outlawed slavery, they just found a way around it, and it was basically serfdom. Same thing, different name. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. But that was just the people of the time. That's what they were like. Not because it was British, you know. If the roles were reversed, let's say, and it was the other way around, it would probably work out the same way, you know. It would probably work out the same way. Now, yeah, the stuff was embargoed coming in, and eventually he relented and decided he would let that food in, but on one condition. The only way you could get food from there is if you didn't own any property. If you had no property. So what little land the natives owned was sold for pennies. Well, let's say if it was the US, it would have been sold for a few cents on the dollar. Let's say if a piece of land was worth, let's say maybe 100,000, you'd get 1,000 for it. You'd then spend that money for food from the ship, and then they would have your land. Yeah, it was used as a land grab, as it always is, isn't it? Yeah. But during the occupations, let's say the first one, that would have been, what, 700 years ago? Well, basically, the way it works, medieval times and that, they would have huge armies of mercenaries, and obviously they had to be paid. You know, lords and that, and they'd have men at arms, maybe anywhere from hundreds to maybe even 1,000. So they would help out and blah blah blah, and then if they won, obviously they'd get payment in land. So the land had to come from somewhere. So they seized land, and obviously, if you were a small guy with a few acres, they weren't seizing that. So, only the most successful there of the natives, all their stuff would have been seized for one excuse or another. And they were paid in titles and land. And they was stolen, yeah. But that's the way war was then. That's how everyone did it. But the Vikings had a massive slave trade here as well. Now, what are we doing? Oh yeah, we're doing the cabbage, aren't we? Unfortunately, yeah. Well, let's just say we're gonna have a ton of cabbage. Yeah, yeah. There's always something. Brutal times indeed. But we have it pretty easy compared to then. Staying alive and having enough to eat was a luxury. What was that saying? Only through enduring hard times can we appreciate the good ones. Pretty true. You need something to compare to, don't you? There is a little sidestep. We have been sliding back a bit lately. But again, that's just a little bump. You'll see this every century or so. It always precedes a major event, and it's usually economic. Take for instance the Second World War. It's most likely the Versailles Treaty, kicked that one into play. The reparations. you get lots of angry people, and yeah, heads will roll. You'll get some politicians that will step up and say, well, yeah, you're right. It's this guy's fault. Let's make them pay. All through history I've seen this. Oh, we got this one done. Pretty much. Which one were we doing next? Oh, here it is. I can't really see. This is why I hate doing this in the day. Yeah, that's why you need that guy there. You could easily miss these ones. We should be able to see from the map thingy anyway, shouldn't we? If any of these are unsown. Better off doing it when it's nearly dark. Probably. Yeah, but make a long story short, well, yeah, it's known as a famine, but technically, well, it wasn't really a famine. When you hear the word famine, you think there's no food for anyone. But we were producing about 3 times more than we needed. But it was kind of case of it was a kind of a Dickens thing, you know, Oliver Twist. You know, please sir, can we have some more? And that was business that time. Same as the corporations we have today. They didn't care if people died in millions. And their profits and their was much more important. It's not much different today, to be honest. But we are in a better place. For the time being. But everything can go south pretty quickly. Yeah, this is always the slow part, you know, in the beginning. But we need this XP anyway to unlock the other stuff. But I would usually do this, let's say, when I'm not streaming. Just get bored and come in and do this. But not as boring as it looks. I prefer to be doing this at evening, it's easier to see this. What time is it? We're getting close to the 6 hours. I'll go a little longer. I don't know if I can make the 6, but we'll see. We still have some cabbage seed. Hmm. I love history, I always have, especially as a kid. I don't have much time these days, but it will give you a little bit of understanding, even the way things are today. You know, you look at something and it looks one way, but you know, but it does repeat itself over and over again. Pretty much the same. Names are different, and squabbles might be a little different, but the playbook is exactly the same. Okay. We did both of them. That's not too bad. There's two of them. Well, we have to use them this. We didn't have enough fertilizer, but we'll give this one a go. We'll seed as much as we can. If we have time, we might try and make some cash and get the fertilizer for the rest of this, I'd say. Yeah, we might be lucky. I don't know, will the cabbage pay for the price of the fertilizer? We'll see. That's it, we're going for seeds at the wall. Oh, hang on, we're not. That's unfertilized. We're not going for seeds. We just hit a dry patch. That's it now. We're definitely gone now. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's kind of hard to see what you've done and what you haven't. That's everything. Now, let's see. Well, we'll probably need logs and stuff. What's the best thing to make to get some cash? We got our bags, blah blah blah. We apparently have a couple of logs. Let's dump them here for a moment. And the sticks, of course. Put the other stuff inside. Yeah, that food. Okay. We'll leave the bags and junk in here. We'll travel light. Now we'll get rid of... Oh, we've just one bag left. And the wooden hoe. There we go. It's about as light as we're ever going to get, I think. Yeah. Get some water, I'll grab some food. And I suppose... Well, we'll clear down the forest. What can we make? Well, the best thing to make would be the medium baskets, I suppose. Alright, let's grab some food. We're not doing too bad. It's a bit slow in the beginning, obviously, until you get things organised. Especially with the story kind of holding you up. You know, stuff being locked behind it. That was the game where the game was meant to be played. Ah, here we go. Sugar. Oh, I think I've got some junk inside, haven't I? Oh. Now, best way to make cash, let me see. That's about it, guys. Hang on, do we have any seed here? Oh, another one we want. Only cabbage would do. Nah. Nope. Oh, we use them for winter, I'd say. We're pretty good for food. Okay. It's picking the sticks a bit much. Let me see, somewhere close by. Oh, it looks like we're back to the lumberjacking. Okay. Oh, we need stone and wood. We need to make some axes. Oh, this is a well-cleaned map. Just grab a few of these. So you're getting them one by one like this. It just takes too long. Yeah, especially for the medium baskets. Way too long. I was on this for a few hours as well today. I've done quite some time on this. Today alone. Right. Oh, we have yeah, let's see, is there anything that we could build down here with the logs? It might be a little bit more pricey. Let's have a look. Yeah, I've got a woodshed here. Yeah, it would mean unlocking it. No, we don't have the money. We spent it all to unlock it. Yeah, yeah. They did some pretty strange things. Yeah, we'll go for 7 axes. But yeah, they were pretty brutal. Much worse than even history records. You know the old thing that people have, you know, the Viking helmets and the horns and that. They never did that. That was actually Christian propaganda. Yeah, back in, what was it? Would have been the 7th century, wouldn't it? I think so. Yeah, I think it might have been. Yeah, basically they would raid the monasteries and that. They were pretty soft targets. They would be looking for obviously gold and silver chalices and all that kind of stuff. I remember back, I think it was in the 80s, a guy with a metal detector in an old ruins of an abbey or something. He found a chalice from the 7th century. Studded with emeralds and all of that stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of pomp in religion. There still is. I've never agreed with that much. But then they developed a taste for books, apparently. The monks were big into books. Books were very important. And at those times it would be basically an information war. And of course, lots of people couldn't read, so it was the only way of documenting stuff. But yeah, they developed a taste for books as well. I don't know, maybe they sold them somewhere, or maybe the monks were silly enough to encrust them with gems as well. But they portrayed the Vikings as being demons with horns. So that's where the Viking horned helmet came from. It would be the silliest thing ever to wear into battle. You know, helmets are designed for, you know, a blade to glance, you know. If they hit you on the head, to glance off. That would skip off and there'd be an opening and you can get in with your sword. With the horn there, no, you're not going to get many glancing blows. Now, yeah, we can dump these in a corner. Gonna need tons of them eventually. Might as well get the season out one way or another. The Vikings were here for a long time, Doberman. Waterford, Dublin, Cork, all of the harbour cities they founded. The capital city as well. In English it's Dublin, and Gaelic it's Ballard Clia, and the Vikings named it Davina. Ideal harbour. What they needed to do. Yeah, they were pretty practical, alright. They were raiders, you know. They would have had light padded armor, you know, little patches here and there, I suppose, of metals. The usual stuff. They were pretty decent warriors as well. But then, you know, the places they attacked, let's say, you know, wouldn't have had that kind of culture, so there would have been soft targets. It would be pretty much, you know, sending the Vikings into some of the places they raided would have been like that fight with Tyson and that young guy. You know, that kind of stuff. Or doing a title fight and picking some guy off the street. So they picked their targets. Which everyone did, to be honest. But in the UK and here there's a massive amount of Nordic DNA. Especially the islands. There was a massive survey, DNA survey done in the 90s, I remember. Oh, but yeah, that battle, that one, where was it again? Yeah, it was outside Dublin anyway. I think it was around the Dala area. Oh, I forget the name of the battle, but what stands out for me in that one was, you know, that character from Skyrim, that Ragnar the Red. Remember that song? Oh, there was a character called Ragnar. He's pretty noted Viking explorer kind of guy, but yeah, he did have some sons. The TV series Viking, I won't say it was 100% accurate, but it was pretty good for a TV show. That malformed kid he had, yeah, that was true. Yeah. But he had a son called Ivor, I think. Kind of common name, I think. Then for a Viking. But he had that genetic problem. You're actually born without any bones in your legs. They're just, you know, bits of meat dangling. You remember that South African athlete? You remember? You might be too young to remember, but he was South African. He won the Paralympic thing, you know, sprinting or whatever. But yeah, he unalived his girlfriend. She was in the bathroom, and he, you know, loaded off a few rounds to the door. That was a big case, but he got away scot-free from that one. But he had the same condition as that. Usually the Vikings were like the Spartans. They would, get rid of stuff like that, but of course, you know, being Ragnar's kid, they probably made an exception. But he was at the battle as well, and that battle I'm talking about. And for the longest time, historians here and probably everywhere, you know, they knew his nickname was Ivor or Igor or whatever his name was, the Legless. But they thought it was a nickname because maybe he was always drunk or something. But no, he was literal. But apparently they carried him around on a shield. But yeah, when that battle went wrong, yeah, he went down as well. So he died at that battle as well. And that's why I remember it, because of the Skyrim thing. But who knows? Well, they seem to be pretty sure. Lots of things are lost in time. Ah, sugar. We are a little on the heavy side. Okay. Dump one of these logs. We'll be back here again anyway to get the rest. Where are the logs? Well, hang on, we need some meat. Maybe that's enough. No, still not enough. There. That's enough, apparently. Okay, we'll waddle over and we'll drop these off. Now we'll be needing a ton of them eventually. Might as well have them here. Yeah, money. When we come back on, well, I'll be on for the weekend. I'll have 2 days together. we will have to concentrate on money a bit. The best thing is the baskets, but picking the sticks is a pain in the backside without settlers. We really need to find a mine. If we find one, we can make up some copper. Well, I usually do bronze. We'll get a fortune from that. But I never really went out to look. That will be our top priority next time. We'll find a mine and we'll raid it. As we've got a ton of stuff to unlock. Now, I've got a ton of sticks here, guys. I've got 1,000 sticks. 1,400. Oh, I think we'll make some baskets out of this, guys. We'll make some cash and try and finish that field. I actually forgot about these little guys. 1,510. Oh my good god. Okay. Let's just get rid of just enough. We'll start making some baskets. Come on. There. So we'll waddle over here and we'll make some baskets. What a horrible way to go beheading. Well, the French made it famous, but I don't think it was a French invention. To be honest, I think it was an Englishman who did that, wasn't it? The guillotine. But definitely the revolution. Put it on the map. But apparently guillotine and firing squad 100% effective. Hanging has about a 3% chance of going sideways, and lethal injection about 4 or 5, I think. All horrible ways to go. Yeah, I think they might have. Oh, let's say they put it to use. Yeah, I think it was British. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. $71 baskets. How's that for amount of baskets? The French. Everyone did, actually. Yeah, everyone did. It wasn't really stealing then. You know, there was no copyrights or trademarks or anything like that then, I suppose. See, production went up a bit as well. Oh. But I remember here some historians saying that the Irish used bagpipes a long time ago. And then the Scottish said, "Oh, you're trying to steal our bagpipes." But, you know, it's quite possible the Irish and Scottish were the same clan, you know, during Celtic times. Then a bunch of them, you know, left and you know, got to Ireland, the island, and that was it then, really. But there wouldn't have even been cows then, I suppose. The bagpipes. I don't know, I don't think it would go back that far. For cricket, that was more of a cultural thing, I think. You know, seeing as the India would have been occupied for the longest time by England. What did they call it? The jewel in the crown. Yeah, for a long, long time. You know, the soldiers going over and that would have played a lot of cricket and stuff. And as I said, they were there for a long time. So that would have, yeah, that would have, you know, probably getting popular. But I think why I like it so much is, you know, they're pretty good players. And, you know, one could say maybe even, you know, better players than the guys who brought it there, which is kind of funny, I suppose. But I'm not really into cricket. Yeah. Or bowling. Yeah, we'll put you in there as well, why not? I'm not really into the cricket. No, those kind of games, no, I'm not really into sports a lot anymore. I used to be into soccer, football a lot when I was younger. But after the 90s, it got so much different. Different kind of bowling here. You're probably thinking about the US kind of style of bowling. The bowling I'm referring to is like green bowling. It's done on grass. You know, there's one ball, and you've got to get yours as close as possible to it. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think that's how the US version was, you know, eventually kind of adapted to the bowls. Yeah. Yeah. The American version looks a little bit more fun, to be honest. Or like, let's say, you know, billiards, you know, would have been the first of it. Then you had pool and obviously snooker. Billiards was a strange game. Again, more about angles and stuff like that. Yeah, baubles. That you'll get one game and then it kind of, you know, like let's say there's here we have like our version of football, which is kind of strange. Then I suppose because of all the immigration during the famine to, well, some of it, to be honest, it wasn't even immigration. It would have been a thing called, you ever hear of a thing called transportation? Doberman. You ever hear that word? Well, basically, they needed a lot of workers, let's say, you know, and slavery was illegal, of course. For Australia, it was pretty harsh at the time. Yeah. Well, basically, there's one story here, and there was even a song about it. There was this guy, and, you know, times were hard, and his family was freezing to death, so he stole some turf. Turf would be kind of like a moss peat that dried out, and then, you know, it burns pretty well. Or was it a loaf of bread? We'll say it was a loaf of bread. His family was starving. So he was arrested and he went to court. This was obviously during occupation. And he was sentenced to 20 years in a penal colony in Australia. He would have been chained and shackled on a ship. And of course it was a death sentence because, you know, the average lifespan was about 12 months. And they would have been held there and they would have been basically slave labour, clearing forests and jungles that died from malaria, snake bites, spiders, you name it. So that was transportation. Yeah. I remember an old word my granddad used to use. He was born in the 1890s, but you know, if somebody did something wrong, he'd say, "Oh, they'll get transported." Well, it was a little different than that. As a kid, I always wondered what he meant. As I got older, obviously, I understood. You know? Okay, what have we got here? We still have food. There, we get some water and then we're good. I think tomorrow, guys, is it's the end of season. I don't even think we'll manage to get the last of it, and it doesn't really matter that much. But still, I would have liked to have finished that off. Here, let's save it anyway. If we do have another day before the season ends, we have a lot. We really played that season out. Yeah. Now, did you ever hear another word? It was mostly here, I suppose, during the... Well, definitely the early 1900s. And it might sound funny, but it's not racist. It's called black and tan. Just black and tan. TN. Did you ever hear that word? And that was a nickname for a mercenary force that was used here. They weren't allowed to use the British uniform. The uniform was black and it had a tan colour as well. But basically, there was some nasty stuff to get done here, and any career military man, you know, would be mad to do it. No, not special forces. They picked these guys up from prison. They were facing execution and death sentences for horrible crimes. Grape, raping kids, murdering people and stuff. So they cut them a deal. If they enlisted, and so they needed them to do stuff that they didn't want to do because it would be career suicide, So they would have joined up. They committed a lot of atrocities here. A lot. But it was pretty blatant, Imagine allowing someone in your ranks and you wouldn't let him wear the uniform. But, there were different times. War is a terrible thing. It definitely changes people. So, guys like serial killers and really bad guys. I think it's end of season here now, guys. Is it? We'll see. I think it is. Yes. No, this is the last day. We have a chance. Yeah, it's end of season now. It's hard to know. Well, we should know from here, wouldn't we, from the map, how many days is left? Does it say? Yeah, day 30. Yep, this is the last day, guys. Alright, we get the rest of the sticks, we get the baskets, and that's what we'll do. We'll see if we can do some of this anyway. We should have enough time. Yeah, I've got 12 minutes and I would have done my 6 hours. I'm not saying these things to disparage, just talking about history. As I said, if the roles were reversed, it might have been the same. History should always be uncensored. How are I always want to learn if it's not. And the more brutal and grisly it is, the more it needs to be honest and transparent and said, lest it be forgotten. I would consider it an absolute mistake to whitewash history. Valuable lessons to be learned from history. And prices paid. Yeah, I suppose it is in a way. In fact, it can be like that. But it's good to be informed of how things were and how things are now, you know, and not to let ourselves slide back there again. Wouldn't take much. Exactly, yeah, and even when they are documented, we still seem to kind of do them again, but at least, you know, we can't say, well, how do we didn't know. But every second generation, yeah. Apparently when the people who suffered under these mistakes, when they're no longer here, within a couple of generations, you know, people can't really fathom it, you know. But yeah, we are doomed to repeat them. And we have all through history. But we have some interesting times ahead in the next century, I'd say. Well, from here, let's say to, what's it now, 2025? Yeah, let's say to, for the next 75 years, it's going to be interesting. Well, I definitely won't be around to see it. And probably nobody on the stream will be. But some of us might see out most of it. I wouldn't mind a kind of peek, to be honest. Good morning, Soul. And how have you been? Pretty good, pretty good. I hope you've been well. Yeah. But I would like, I don't know, would I really like to have a glimpse of how things are in 50 years? I suppose that's one of the benefits, too, of not being immortal. You know? 25 will see a lot of changes. I still won't be here in 25, but still. You know, I might get lucky. Highly doubtful, but... yeah, okay. Let's see if we can sneak in a few more of those baskets. So, what you been up to, Soul? Yeah, we're getting ready to go in about another 10-ish minutes. It would. But imagine if you were immortal and you could not die, even if you tried. You were forced to live for eternity. I'd say, like everything else, it would get old pretty quick, wouldn't it? Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope everything works out for you, Soul. Yeah. Yet when our time comes, we're always reluctant to go, aren't we? Yeah, I really despise hospitals. I know we need them. But you know, when I enter them, especially as a patient, the smell gives me the shivers. You know, that kind of medicated smell. Oh, not you, your girlfriend. Oh my. I hope she's not too. Oh, oh, I'm so sorry. Um, so, but I hope she gets the all clear. You know, it's definitely not a lost cause. Yeah. Hopefully they manage to diagnose it in time, and you know they can do something. I know a lot of people who come back from the abyss of that. You know, yesterday was surgery. They took it out, yeah, in a private hospital. Nice. I hope she recovers well. I know lots of people who, you know, led a long life. I hope she's one of them. I truly do. I'll be sure to light a candle for her. So yeah, it's the same with me. My dad, my granddad, my grandmum, uncles, aunts on both sides. My main issue. Yeah, my main issue. I despise that disease above all others. It's taken so many people from me, you know. It's a horrible affliction. Mm. Oh, I've had those 3 or 4 times, and I think I have them again. That's another one. Yeah, it seems to run hand in hand with that, doesn't it? Yeah, kidney stones as well. On the female side of my family, it's gallstones. Yeah, I'm no stranger to kidney stones. Like an old friend at this stage. Okay, we can't even take one. But that's good. We'll go with this junk. And we'll make some money. So what do we need? 4. Okay, with the first load anyway, we'll just buy fertilizer. And we'll go for the seed. That... This... Yeah, private hospital didn't have... It didn't... Yeah. No, it's not that it's, like, bad smelly. It's just... You can smell the chemicals and, you know, that unmistakable kind of medical facility kind of smell. It's more that it, you know, the smell kind of brings back bad memories, you know. Especially when I was young, you know, seeing sick relatives and, you know, watching them, you know. Flower smell. They're disguised it a bit. They've probably got some kind of scent things in the ventilators and stuff. Yeah, yeah. I wouldn't mind them for doing that. Now, let's sell. Oh, this guy is very tired. This is not a bad game, so, you know, for this kind of survival thing. It's one of the best I've ever played from an indie for this kind of thing. Well, graphics are really good for this kind of game, and the interaction with NPCs, unbelievable. I did some good work on this. With a bit of polish and some new stuff and some voice acting and, you know, let's say hit the quests, let's say a little bit more and maybe make it a bit bigger. I wouldn't mind giving them more money, to be honest. I'd like to see these guys do well.
Worst thing about this time of year are mosquitoes.
One of the few companies that would deserve it, I suppose. That's if Microsoft don't corrupt them. Okay. I think she's got some money. Or did we take all our money? We're gonna take your money now.
How is life treating you?
Show me your
Want to see
wares.
my wares?
So what have you got? She has 866. Right. Do you need a basket? I think you do. You need a medium basket, don't you? Oh, only 217. Kidding me.
Have a good day.
Okay, we need another load of baskets. That was disappointing. Yeah, I didn't do, obviously. We get 10% better prices, I suppose, with some more perks, but 10% is still not a lot. No, we really need to get to a mine to make bronze tools. That is the way to make money in this game. Especially in the early stages when you're getting out to tech. I haven't come across a mine yet. So we need whatever crops we're doing now, we need to get them out today. Because there's be different crops planting next season, which is in about 15 minutes in real time in this game. Let's get the last of the sticks we have here. Gimme. 281. And what have we got here? 4. Okay, there's some more there if we can get around to them, I suppose. 4. Oh, that's all of them. Right. We're stickless. Oh my good god, this guy is, okay. We did do a jump for a moment. I wonder what happened there. Yeah, we're a little bit heavy. There. Come back and get you in a moment. Yeah, I'll just get rid of this junk. I could do with a sleep. This was my Tuesday evening, Wednesday morning stream, was it? It was. So that's me off then till Friday and Saturday, isn't it? I'll try not to come in here if I can, so we don't go to the other season. But I might just try and finish the crops before the season. Get the rest of this stuff done, but I'm enjoying this so far. There's a lot more than I can say for retreat to Enan or Enan or whatever it is. Yeah, avoid that one, guys. Avoid that one like the plague. Oh, we still... Oh. Oh, we're carrying 23 logs, that's why. Oh, you silly Billy. Yeah, I picked up the logs by accident, that's why we were too heavy. There you go. We just get the guys we dropped. What's that? There's the stick I was going for. 77 of those little guys. Bye bye. And that guy. Now we might get some cash. 500-600 I suppose by the time we finish, maybe a little more. That just might be enough, I'd say, to finish the other field, but we won't have time here on this to do it. As many as I told. Okay, let's see. Where are we? Surprised we've got enough for another one. Oh, sugar. No. Feathers. We're kinda done with sticks, aren't we? Oh, hang on. We should have some kind of fur, shouldn't we? Oh, that's weird. Oh, it was probably just a rat, wasn't it, and the bird. Yeah, we won't get any fur. No fur. Now I will save it here, guys. And that's our lot, I'd say. I did manage to make the 6 hours after, and then a little more. But that's only because the game is decent, you know. You'll always manage to do that a little bit of extra time in the game if you're really enjoying it. That's what I say. So, yeah, I'm done for this one, guys. I need to get some rest and get something to eat. Oh, my pleasure, Jaeger. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. I will be back, guys, for Friday and Saturday, those 2 days together. I want to rest up for that one, wouldn't I? So what I'll do is I'll probably come in and finish the fields, but I don't want to get to the next season. You know, I want to do that and we'll do it together. And yeah, that should be cool. Once I get a little bit more organized, then we'll, you know, do the 3 days and stuff. Just want to get a bit done. Not like we did it the last time, bringing in a ton of settlers near the end. Yeah, it's not as immersive. Oh, my pleasure. Take care. Enjoyed you being here, and you too. And everyone, guys. Have a good one. So, yeah, we'll do the usual. We'll go straight to a raid. And you too, Swede. Till next time, stay safe. So, goodbye, Swede, Doubleman, Jaeger, Soul, Suburban Wolf if you're watching, and Young. Have a great one, guys. Thanks for being here. Also, Terry, Randy, Granny Vats, Tigger, and Hufflepuff if you're watching. Have a great day, ladies. Let's see what else is here. And of course, thanks for the follows as well tonight, guys. And I think we got a raid as well, the raids. Appreciate it. And of course, Lord King. And my doggos are waiting as well, so I'll have to do something with those guys. And of course, Gary. Interesting story about that Arthur Guinness. We'll chat about it next time. And Bones, of course. Yeah, thanks for raiding and have a great one, Bones. And thanks for the follow. Oh, it's Doubleman. Yeah, and Chris. I appreciate it, guys. And of course, Beastly, Fox, Anu. Have a good one, guys, and stay safe. That's it. That's everyone I can see. Appreciate that. Yeah, I thought you were following a while. Yeah. Appreciate that. Yeah, if I've forgotten anyone, guys, of course, my apologies to whoever I might have forgotten. And again, to everyone who was watching, lurking. I appreciate it. I will be back for the weekend, guys. Same time, same bad channel. Hope to see you all then, if you got the time, and take care. So, I'll go straight to raid. It just takes me a few seconds to do this. Xboxes. Yeah. It's slop. But, yeah, I'll get there quick enough. So, I really need to get to sleep and get something to eat, and my doggo wants a cuddle. I've got 2 Pomeranians here, but they're very bold, yeah. Oh, who wants a cuddle? Yeah, I'll give you a cuddle in a minute. We'll watch some TV. Yeah, you want something to eat? Do you want something to eat? Of course you do, you always want something to eat. Right, let's see who's streaming, guys. Yeah, they're always here with me. They're very old. One guy is nearly 12 and the other guy is almost 13. No, yeah, one guy is almost 12. Yeah, so I've been watching them closely. They're past their sell-by date, but they're healthy enough so far. And I'm dreading when, you know, the inevitable comes. That's the worst about pets too, you know. They're great company. I would recommend them for anyone, especially doggos. But yeah, you'll be broken when they leave, you know. But they're okay for the time being, so we'll worry about that when it comes. Right, okay. Yeah, I just said that because, you know, Rex was about 4 weeks ago. He looked really bad. I thought he was on his way out. But I kinda knew what was wrong, but obviously I got him checked out on that, and, you know, they said he was probably on his way out again, but, you know, I stuck with it, and, you know, he was, you know, treated him back to health, and he seems to be okay now. I think it was some kind of tummy infection, to be honest. But, you know, the average lifespan of a Pomeranian is, you know, a decade. You know, so he's, what, almost 2 years past that, so had me worried for a while. That's the only reason I mentioned it. It's still playing on my mind, so from time to time, let's say, you know, I'll say I just want to check on something, guys, and, you know, if he goes missing, he's probably asleep somewhere, but I want to make sure he's okay, you know. And if there's something wrong, to, you know, get some attention for him, or, you know, that kind of thing. Okay, rightio, guys. Let's do this raid.